right, welcome everyone. It's Friday evening, so you know already what's going on. We're gonna have a new type of event today, and I'm actually very excited about it because we haven't done something like this in a very long time. I mean, there were some other role-playing events, but I mean on this particular server or organized by me in particular. So we're gonna have a semi-historical role-playing event. We're gonna have some new factions. We're gonna have some backstories. So we're gonna lean a little bit more heavily on the role-playing side this time. And yeah, I've been posting these days a lot of details about the factions, the characters, what's going on, and so on. So I'm not going to do that now again. Um, throughout the event, I'm going to talk about the lore and what the backstory is for each character because I've been writing like a story for each faction and for each character, and those were inspired by the historical context, but also the character itself and their motives. I'm just gonna say two things before we start fighting. So the factions are the Polish loyalists. So they try to keep the order in the Ruthenia because this is the place where the fights are taking place. So all these factions are fighting for control of this region, and eventually it's going to be only one hetman, so the leader of the region. So the Polish loyalists are trying to keep order. Then we have the Swedish claimants. So these are um, Polish nobles actually and mercenaries. They are trying to destabilize the region, and they are very powerful, and they're going to try to take control as well. The Ottoman shadows, uh, they're also sensing the political tensions, and they want to take a piece of land as well in the region, extending their control through a vassal, which is Alexander. Alexander is, if you guys know already, he used to be an Ottoman fighter. So now that he has these ties with the Ottomans, he was convinced to represent them. So Alexander is going to take that, and we also have the freedom fighters led by Marina and the Ruthenian rebels and her Cossacks trying to gain independence. So each faction has their own characters that they can use, has their own they have their own perks, and we got some great players in each faction. We're gonna have some amazing fights today, and one more thing, and this is probably the most important one. The format today will have a winner and a winner faction and a defeated faction. So number one, winner of this, let's call the tournament, is going to be the winner, and the faction that gets the fourth place is going to be the defeated faction. Now here's the fun part. The defeated faction will be eliminated from the role-playing event because this is not only one event. We're going to have multiple. There's going to be three, I think, unless something changes. Um, and the defeated faction, so all the characters from the defeated faction will be transferred to the winning faction. So what we're fighting for today, besides fun and roleplay and so on, is winning those extra characters, and why not even those extra players, because if somebody mains only one character that you can find in one faction, there's a high chance that that particular player will join the winning faction afterwards. So the winning faction today will become pretty powerful. But there's a surprise mechanic that I'm going to tell you about, but only after the event, and I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy it a lot. All the characters also, they have some backstories, and we're gonna talk about them throughout the event. But now I'm just gonna say hello to Subu. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Good to have you here in the commentary again. Are you excited for the role-playing event?
Yeah, it's been a while since we've done this, so it'll be very nostalgic, I think, for me and some other people here who are showing up.
Yeah, yeah, and I can see that because I can see some old names. Roderick hasn't competed in some time, but when we had the Deluge for the first time, he was very active. He liked it. I guess he liked it a lot, and now he's back fighting for the same faction for the Polish. And yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting. Throughout the event, as I said, each character has its own motives, has its own backstory, and after the event, I'm going to write. Uh, um, Considering what's going to happen today, I'm going to write like the story of today's event. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, okay. Just one modification, and Pico has let me know about it. So he didn't get an answer from Roderick regarding the character, so he assumed that he wants Sam, but actually Roderick wanted Getty. So we're just gonna, and it's quite understandable. It's his main. So I'm just gonna quickly modify that in the battle schedule. Getty being on the Polish faction. Getty being a veteran wants to keep the order in the land. Right. So we're gonna start. So the first match, we're gonna have attack and defense, but they're not going to happen one after the other. So we're gonna have Polish versus Swedish attack, then Ruthenian versus Ottoman attack, and then we're gonna switch. So we're gonna give players time to regroup. We're gonna have the Polish loyalists versus the Swedish claimants, and the first fight that we're gonna have is going to be the British Turk. British Turk is going to use Marie, and Eve, who's going to use Yatik, and it's going to be 8 versus 9 flags. And the total, the Polish side has 24, and the Swedish have 27, so a little bit of an advantage for the Swedish side, but nothing that can't be overcome. Right, enough talking. Let's get down to fighting. First of all, let me modify the number of flags up to 10 because that's going to be the maximum that we're going to have. Here we go. Oh, and the music, I'm going to shut it off. Right, so the British Turk is facing Eve. Very important for the Polish side here to gain as many flags as possible because they are at a little bit of a disadvantage. And the
A lot of support for Poland in the chat. Sorry.
yeah, yeah, and the Swedish side actually looks very strong, in my opinion. Talking about the lineup, but also talking about the characters that they're going to use. This is actually a real life British duel because they're both from Britain. But this
Nice.
time they're going to play for different factions. British Turk needs keyboard, I think so, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
I believe so.
I was thinking about doing the one with one, like the doubles count, but honestly, I wanted to keep it more like a classic experience, not alterate the gameplay too much.
Yeah, fair enough.
British Turk on the left, Eve on the right. Oh, I think they got the wrong sides. Yeah, sides are actually going to be a lot more important because as you can see, the attacking side is on the left, the defending side is on the right. And I also have like on the display you can see the number of flags. Yeah, Marie
Yazek
versus
versus Marie.
Sick. There was a small update, by the way. I don't know if anything changed. So we're gonna use the step map because it's quite representative to Ruthenia. Maybe for
Yeah,
next
there's been quite
events.
a few shadow updates.
Maybe we're gonna change something. Change the map after. I like the new grass actually. Looks nice. Right, so the match has started. So a reminder that Eve has 9 flags. British Turk has 8. First one goes to Eve.
Yeah, I'd say this is one matchup Yazek does well in. He's got fast cuts and one of the best guards in the game, so Marie can definitely struggle to get past.
Yeah.
And Yazek can also close quickly with the flesh and some other moves.
Yeah, and Jacek actually has natural blade beaters because the forward the Y is beats the blade really well.
Yeah.
So even without the long guard,
Nice.
nice dash. Even without the long guard, Jacek can close the distance and just throw attacks and counter Marie.
Yeah.
2-1.
Oh, nice. Even after the dash. Yeah.
Yeah. In case somebody does not know what what the asymmetric number of flags mean. By the way, I asked Kubold for it, and he said that he's gonna do it. So it's gonna be very fun for us to use them like that. I meant that British Turk has 8 and Eve has 9. So basically, British Turk has to kill Eve 9 times, and Eve has to kill British Turk 8 times in order to win this duel. But winning the duel does not necessarily mean that somebody is going to have all their flags. I mean, a faction will have all their flags eliminated.
Ooh, a double. Turk has surprised us before with his Marie, even against some of the best players. So Eve will still have to be solid here.
Yeah.
Yeah, those dashes are really sketchy for Marie, and the fact that Yazlik can recover the guard quickly, but that was a good stab.
Goes for the double lunge and lands it. Oh, nice dash again. 4-3, very close. And in this type of roleplay events, even if you can't win or see that maybe the match is not going your way, you need to keep it as close as possible in terms of scores and hope that maybe your teammates are going to catch up. So even if you see yourself in a situation where it doesn't look like it's going your way, you just need to try to get as many possible flags until you go down.
I like how Turk is playing this so far, trying to maintain that range.
Oh, nice.
And it works. Nice.
4-4. A lot more balance than you'd expect from this particular matchup. I'm talking about the characters mostly, not the players.
Yeah. And I think it's down to the fact that Turk is just making the best use of his reach possible. That was a good beat from Eve, though, because at the end of the day, if Marie can still keep that distance, even if her stats are lower, she can still slip attacks in where Eve can't.
Yeah. Turk is doing a good job of employing the double lunge not only as a weapon to win flags, but also as a weapon to keep Eve at bay. As you can see, Eve is a little bit more cautious now compared to the first flags. It's also the first fight of the evening, so it takes a while until you warm up. Oh, he got him with the double lunge. And British Turk, for the first time, takes the lead. It's 6-5. Oh, Nice
Ooh.
counter on the face. Perfect from
Yeah,
Turk.
the
Kept his composure.
mm-hmm. The flesh was just out of range for Eve, I think, too. And so Turk still needed to be precise with that counter, though, otherwise Eve would have just hit him with a barrage of cuts.
Yeah, Turk needs 2 more flags, and here's the first. And if he gets this one, it's going to give his team the advantage. And that would be a very impressive feat, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh,
beautiful
there's the
chop.
hand.
Perfect range. Eve says, not yet. I'm still in it.
Yeah. This is still good for Turk's morale. He's very competitive.
Yeah,
So he's done his team well here. Even if he were to somehow lose here, it would still be a very good performance.
yeah. Um, in worst case scenario, he's not going to. Oh, never mind.
Nice.
9-6. Very surprising win, and looks like the Polish, which on paper kind of looked the underdogs tonight, considering the characters, obviously. Uh, looks like they are uh, doing well with the first match here. So the Swedish side now has 18 flags left, while the Polish side also has 18. So it's 18-18 right now, thanks to British Turk. Congratulations. So they're on even terms right now. Turk was able to cancel the Swedish advantage. Next fight is going to be Pico, and he's going to be using Jendrik. Let's make this a little bit smaller. And his opponent is going to be another Marie, which is Info. So Jendrik versus Marie. Very interesting matchup. I would say that Marie does well against Jendrik. But now I think both Pico and Roderick might get an energy and morale boost after that win. Whenever there's Marie involved, there is this fear that maybe it might go not wrong but really wrong. Just like scoring
Mm-hmm.
one flag or something like that. I mean, you could have seen it. I could have seen Eve winning at 8-1 or 8-2.
Mm-hmm.
But as I said, credit to Turk for that. There's Info. Right, so very important fight here. And here we go. Jendrik versus Marie. Oh, not practice. Left side for Pico, right side for Info. Oh, I think needs keyboard. Oh no, she has it. No skeletons. I think something going on with Info. Let me see. Disable control. Okay. Yeah, you got keyboard. Let's go back. Maybe there's a problem. Who do you favor most to win today's event out of the factions from an objective
Um,
perspective?
I'd say objectively speaking, mine's probably pretty up there because I've got Carlos, and Carlos, he consistently does amazing. Yours, I mean, obviously you're on the team. That's a big advantage already, I would say. Piper, if he really turns up the heat, I think he can be a bit of a dark horse. So if he's having a good day, I'd say your team's definitely among the strongest as well. Those
Yeah.
are the two I would put at the highest, assuming that Piper is having a good day. But even then, you can probably compensate for a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, in some situations you can, especially in our factions where there are only two players, there is a chance for somebody that maybe is doing well. Maybe I mean it could be completely opposite. Maybe I'm gonna have a bad day and Piper's gonna have a very
Hmm.
good day. We will be fighting multiple times, and there it might be a last stand as well fight. So
Hmm.
there is a chance that one player could be more decisive for a faction. I do remember in the Deluge as well. We were losing. We were on the Polish side, and we were losing pretty bad. And
Hmm.
oh, nice stab there from Info. We're losing pretty bad, and I remember Oak, who was on our side, winning fight after fight, and still keeping us in contention.
Hmm.
So, yeah, still possible. Oh, going for the leg.
Ooh.
A small
Yeah, this is
advantage
a
for
matchup
Info.
Yendrik can lose for sure.
Yeah, especially on this particular map where Marie feels a little bit more comfortable, considering that she definitely needs space. I think it's one of
Yeah.
the characters that needs space the most, because
Yeah.
even Marta can be very dangerous up close.
Yeah.
But Marie's
100%.
not really dangerous up close, so she needs that distance all the time. She needs that extra speed, uh, extra
Hmm.
footwork speed.
Yeah. Peckler's just not able to get that hook onto the blade. He's been trying it a bunch of times, but Info either is backing away enough that it's not landing or it's just not reliable.
Nice one to the arm.
Nice.
3-2, still close.
Yeah, Pekla needs to find a way. I don't think those hooks actually help him that much because he's sort of moving himself away as he's doing it. So if it ever fails, he's kind of helping Info out each time he tries that. He needs to find a way to claim space and close the distance safely.
Yeah, by the way, forgot to mention. Oh, nice. That's a beautiful move from Marie. Forgot to mention that in this particular match, all Polish players have 8 flags, and all Swedish players have 9 flags. So this is no different. Pico also with 8, and Info
Hmm.
with 9. But overall, oh, beautiful. To the leg and then to the face. But overall, they are tied right now. It's 18-18. Well, obviously after this fight, it's going to be a different score. Oh, nice one to the head. Pico
Nice
goes
shot.
for it, and I think this is what Pico has been missing so far. I think he's trying too much to be tactical, but with Yendrik, you have to
Hmm.
produce chaos, and Marie does
Yeah.
not like chaos. Double lunge.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, hooking the blade like that, if it fails, in fact, even if it succeeds, you're kind of moving yourself away from her. And so even if you were to hook the blade, I think there's a chance Marie can just recover from it.
Oh,
So I would be trying to close in.
yeah. I think I know what was changed. I told Kubol that Marie makes male noises, and now I can hear that she's back on the
Mhm.
female noises. 7-4. Info needs only one more, and that would be a pretty big win here. And I would say the
Oh.
underdogs are performing really well so far. Because I would
Yeah.
have considered Eve and Pico favorites here, and nice one to the chest, and that's it. Info wins 8-4, and it's all down to the last match. So 8-4. Uh, 4 flags advantage here for the Swedish side. And by the way, just to confirm, whatever happens, we're going to have a last stand match. It could be just a few flags, but we're going to have it. Right, the last fight is going to be Roderick fighting for the Polish side, and Oak fighting for the Swedish side.
For IKEA, for the meatball, Sweden says.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to clarify something. I mean, I've said it on the server as well, but this Swedish side is not actually Sweden. It's mostly Polish nobles that are betraying the Polish Commonwealth, and you know that is
Right.
historically accurate as well. During the
Yeah.
deluge, some Polish nobles were siding, and the faction is led by Tarnowski, who is obviously very suitable for that type of thing. But our today's players actually have chosen mercenaries, which is also pretty historically accurate because the Swedish side relied on mercenaries.
Mm-hmm.
Not entirely, of course, they had standing army as well, but more so than the other factions.
Mm.
Good. All right, let's go to the last fight. Roderick versus Oakenlicks. Yeah, I would say a pretty comfortable advantage here for the Swedish side, but it can be lost in very, very fast if you don't pay attention. Roderick's purpose here is to try to maybe even the odds for the last stand last stand fight, or even make it you know, a little bit closer, just bits by bits. Waiting for Roderick to join. Ruthenia Carolee Pikeman. And immediately after that, we're gonna go with Ruthenia versus. I need to log in. Okay, no worries. We can wait. Let me see the match again. Yeah, so next after this one, so we're gonna go into Ruthenian versus Ottoman. So it's gonna be Carlos versus Piper. The next fight. Yeah, so in the meantime, gonna talk to you a little bit about what happens if attack and defense are going to be even. So if one faction wins the attack and the other faction wins the defense, it's gonna go on 1-1, and there's going to be a final fight of 10 flags between any player from those teams. But the fights themselves, or at least for these two matches, are going to be character locked. So for the Swedish side, it's gonna Marta is going to fight, and for the Polish side is gonna fight. Samuel is gonna fight. Why? Because Marta's story in this universe is canon. So Marta joined the Swedish side only to get revenge on Sam, who killed her father, and we all know that. So it's gonna have a little bit of a role-playing flair to it. So we're gonna see if Marta manages to get, if she gets to that point, of course, if she gets revenge on Sam. We'll see. There he is. And also for the other one, it's Marina versus Alexander, because Marina is like the Bogdan Khmelnytsky figure, so the rebel leader, and Alexander is an Ottoman vassal, so he's the Ottomans want to control this region and put him in charge
Right.
because he's he's been local, he knows the language and so on, and
Hmm.
we know that Ottomans have a history of doing that.
Yeah.
They were called, I don't know if it's the same word in English, fanariots. I don't know if that makes sense. Like rulers from that particular country, but they were Ottoman controlled.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. A lot of empires do that.
Yeah. In the Romanian principalities, it was actually there were some Greek rulers that they put in.
Hmm.
Right. So back to the fight. Roderick on the left, Oak on the right. Gedeon versus Kalk, and I think this is going to be pretty tough for Getty, especially since Oak's Kalk has looked amazing recently. And given the weaknesses Gedeon has against characters that can thrust well, it's gonna be difficult, but not impossible, of course. It all depends
Hmm.
here on Roderick to be brave, and try to
Yeah.
take the fight to Oak. Because if he's trying to play too technical, I'm sure that's where Oak is going to be very comfortable. There you go, already with the back
Yeah.
X.
Part of a good
Yeah,
instincts there. He was
that's
backing
exactly
off and then he goes in.
yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Just went in with the fast combo. Actually got it.
Oh,
This time
handoff.
was a little bit too telegraphed, and Oak punished it instantly. 1-1. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that was good use of that false edge cut earlier too from Gideon, because that has a really wide arc and it was able to hit Calc where he couldn't guard.
Oh, nice.
Retreat X, that's a tough move to deal with. So is that snap cut. Going ham, and that's what he needs, it looks like. It forces Oak to defend because Calc is so much slower. There's probably like one or two moves that Calc has that are equal to Gideon's natural speed. Everything else relies on reach to hit Gideon first, not raw speed.
Yeah, I think Oak got the block stun there for a second.
Oh.
And just go like the storm. A good start for
Some good feints.
Roderick here, though. It really helps the morale to just score like 1 or 2 flags in the beginning. Just so you can see that, okay, it's possible. I can do this.
Mm-hmm.
2-2.
Yeah.
But,
Sidestepping there.
what I like about Oak, especially in these role-playing events, is that, okay, his faction has a 4-flag advantage. He might have the matchup advantage as well. Oh, nice. But he keeps the same composure and he plays each flag thoughtfully. And he's trying to maximize his team's advantage.
Oh, nice. Yeah, even there, Oak was really trying to keep that clean. Roger just didn't let it happen.
Yeah.
Stays in the fight.
Oh, nice push.
Stab. Didn't hit the head, though.
That was unlucky. And
Yeah,
Geddy's tankiness helped him there with the first attack.
Mm-hmm.
It was also a little bit too close. Probably that's why he didn't do
Yeah.
much damage.
Yeah. It's tough to say, but I think a straight shot to the head with the tip might have still killed. And that might have been it, but it didn't quite land the way Oak wanted it to. Good stab to the left arm, although that seems to have shut down a lot of that stamina. It might have actually hit the leg.
The Polish side has a guaranteed 2 flags in the last stand, but I'm sure that
Nice.
Roderick wants to get maybe a few more flags for that particular match. Oh, nice
Over the
push.
taunt in the middle of that. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't intentional. I've seen Roderick doing that a couple of times. I think he has a button that is very close to something on his keyboard. That's why sometimes he does that.
Yeah, and when you're taunting, yeah, nice. When you're taunting, you're very vulnerable to pushes and grabs too, because you're not able to move back, you're not able to attack or anything. So
Oh, that was a beautiful
nice.
combo. And Oak needs only one more to secure this win here. And after that, we're going into a last stand match. There we go.
Oh, nice.
8 to
Good
3.
mix up from Oak.
8 to 3, and the Swedish side has a very strong advantage now. 11 to 2. So we're gonna have a fight. We'll see if they can do something about it. Um, but you never know. It's a last stand fight. So it's a mechanic that I introduced in order to give the chance to losing factions to regain all that difference. It's gonna be very difficult though. Let's see who's gonna fight for Pico and for Eve side. They are the leaders of the factions. In the last stand, any character from the faction can be used.
Mm-hmm.
So Eve is fighting for the Swedish side. Just waiting for Pico. Join up in the meantime, Eve. So Eve is fighting.
Looks like Hassan was officially released on the main version of the game. That's the most recent update.
We're still on the beta, I guess.
Yeah, best to stick with it. Just that's what
Yeah.
we advertised, so.
Okay, so Pico is going for this one. Right. All
I have a
good.
suspicion they're the same right now anyway, because the current game's now current.
Uh, sorry, you have a suspicion that?
Oh, that the two versions are pretty much the same
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah,
because I don't think people change much. Yeah.
yeah. Unless he changes something right now to the beta, but we're in the game, so I'm not updating it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
try again, Pico. Yeah, this pretty much looks like a formality here, but you never know. We might see something spectacular. I'll keep it on 10 flags in case Pico actually does the wonder and wins. We can rematch and fight one more flag if needed. Pico taking left, Eve taking right. So the Swedish side very close to winning the first match, but there will be a second match between. Yeah, so they're actually going to go with the same characters that they used I was expecting Pico to go Connor though, because Connor is actually, since he's a mercenary, like it's in the game's lore and historically speaking, uh, he's available. The only character that is available for all factions as a mercenary.
Mm-hmm.
Jacek is
Yeah, this
also
is one of those
mercenary.
matchups I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, this is one of those matchups I feel like we rarely see. Yazek versus Yendrik. A lot of people don't like playing Yazek lately, although Eve's recently been trying to master him. He's been using him a lot in spars and some recent tournaments. So
Oh,
trying
beautiful.
to show us what potential that character has.
The dash in, the dash X. It's not a move that lands much, but it landed this time. Eve needs only one more to secure
Hmm.
the win for his faction. That's it.
Ooh.
That's it. Fight is over. Congratulations to the Swedish side. They lead now 1-0 against the Polish side, but there will be soon enough there will be the attack from the Swedish side and the defense from the Polish side. So the Polish side still has a chance of qualifying through. Now we're gonna move to the other two factions that we have in. It's gonna be very interesting. The Ruthenian rebels versus the Ottoman side. Let me see once again the flags. I know that we have a little bit of an advantage with number of flags, but there is a but. Yeah, it's 19 versus 22. The Ruthenian side has a pretty unique perk, which is on win, the next player will get 3 extra flags. So there is a chance that the Ruthenian side might actually get 6 more flags in this particular matchup, but it's only on a win. So, and also very interesting is that throughout this attack and defense between the Ruthenian and Ottoman, the 4 players involved here are going to fight each other every time. So Carlos and Piper are going to fight 3 times, and me and Subo are going to fight 3 times as well. So we're going to
Hmm.
have a lot of time to adjust to each other. A lot of opportunities. Okay, so the first fight is Carlos versus Piper. Carlos is going to use Marina, and Piper is going to use Alexander. 7 flags each. Just give me 1 second to change some things here for a little bit of flavor. I'm gonna change the colors. Oh, that's a little bit too. I mean, it's high. Yeah, better. 1 second, just some role-playing stuff here going on. I like to put some nice flags and all that. Okay, good. We're good to go. Carlos taking left, Piper taking right side. Very interesting match, especially considering the characters, because if there's a character that does well against Marina, that's Alex. And if there's a mechanic that works well against Marina, that's the push. And if there's a player that uses the
Hmm.
push really well, That is Piper. So I think it's gonna be a very interesting match. So 7 versus 7, and after that we're gonna see Hassan, probably for the first time. Uh, I know you organized something yesterday, but I think it was like a rapier tournament, and
Yeah. Unfortunately, we couldn't complete it because of connection problems, but we'll do it
hmm,
another time.
I see what happened.
I don't know if it was my ISP or something, but like my speed test showed up okay, but everybody was having problems and they got worse as we went. So maybe my connection just got worse as we went. So it was just too laggy, and we ended up canceling it in the end.
Maybe there was a parsec issue. Who knows?
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Um,
Yeah,
and I don't think there was another event that featured Hassan, right?
no,
I know Tao
not that
hosts
I'm
something
aware of.
on Wednesday, but I don't think he hosted.
No, he's doing something Sunday, he said.
Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna see him for the first time. We're gonna see him for the first time in a tournament. I am a little bit worried because I've been using him. I like him. I feel he has a couple of good tools to use, but very untested, and also to use it for the first time against somebody like you, it's might be a recipe for disaster. But we'll see. Carlos
Yeah, we'll see.
versus Piper. 7 versus 7, as I said. Carlos left side, Piper right side, Marina versus Dinis. The way he's called in the game now, but I'm still gonna call him Alex. Just got.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah, Football says something about he changed his name so he won't be confused with Alexander Tarnavsky. Like nobody's, you know. But yeah, I kind of get it because in the story, I think he's referred to that name of Alexander Tarnavsky. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's mostly called by his surname, but it's tough to
Yeah,
say.
yeah. I
I
mean,
know Yazuk's mostly called by his surname, actually, funnily enough, but it's a tougher name to say, so that's not gonna be appearing on the character select screen, I don't think. It's like Mr. Didinsky or something.
yeah. Alexander trying to impress his Ottoman overlords here and went with the full offensive there. Got 2 pushes early on, but now Carlos punished him. Oh, and he goes for his signature move, and he continues attacking, and his positivity was actually rewarded. 3-2, very fast fight, push,
Yeah.
or two. Oh, and
Oh,
under the
nice.
arm. Yeah.
As far as raw stats, Alex has a clear advantage here too. Marina has some of the lowest HP in the game. Alex hits harder, among other things. Marina's
Beautiful
damage
pushes,
is
and that's
it's not
it.
terrible, but it's not the best.
Yeah. Very impressive start here for Piper, and he made my life easier here. We got 20 flags left, opposed to 12 so you got some work to do. Congratulations to
Hmm.
Piper, but that's how Piper fights. Like he goes in, and if you're not warmed up, it might end badly for you. So that's probably what happened there. But we're gonna see them fight 2 more times, so Carlos will have time to adjust to that.
Hmm.
Now it's going to be you on the left side. I am going to be on the right side, and we're gonna see, as I said, Hassan for the first time. The Ottoman Janissary fighting.
Yeah, he's quite a unit. I actually played against the highest difficulty Samuel just to see his height compared to the boss Samuel, and he's still shorter, but he's much taller relative to him
Yeah,
than the other characters are.
and the hat also makes him look even more
Yeah.
imposing. And that's actually historically accurate. I mean, that's why those hats look like that, to make them even more imposing.
Yeah,
I mean, at least one of the reasons was.
yeah. There's obviously fashion stuff going on too,
Yeah.
but yeah. And then Europeans would start to do similar things with their elite units too, getting them tall hats, which might have been partially at least inspired by this.
Yeah. Right. So Subu has now 7 flags, and I have 10. And if Subu wins this one, he's gonna give 3 more flags to um, Carlos. Oh, nice. Yeah, I remember what I said last time, that when somebody's limping, his defense actually becomes stronger. Nice. Oh, nice. You don't B-cut compete with Bara. Nice. Oh, nice. Ah! I canceled it there. Wow, that was a great comeback. That was a great comeback.
GG.
GG, yeah.
Thanks.
Started with a quick
That
4
was. I
flags.
loved how that fight flew. Yeah, that was crucial right there. Just the flow of that fight was very fun. I think Bara is just a touch faster though,
Yeah,
and I think that might have been the biggest advantage for me.
yeah. But the comeback was great because it started.
Yeah.
Things started looking great. So yeah, now the match is a little bit more balanced. 10 flags left for the Ottomans, and 6 for. No. You actually won. So 9 for the Ruthenians. So actually, the fact that you managed to win got Carlos 3 more flags. So we're gonna have a 10. No, it's actually it's not a 10 versus 9 fight. It's a my bad. I'm just gonna check it right now because since we have less than 3 players, it's gonna be a little bit of a thing.
Hmm.
Where's the damn thing? Yeah, this one is 5 versus 5. This one is 5 versus 5, and then we're gonna have a last stand regardless of what's gonna happen here. So Carlos versus
Okay.
Piper, 5 5. And here's the crazy thing, because even so when you were 9-6, had I won that 7th flag, you wouldn't have got this bonus of 3
Hmm.
flags. So actually winning the fight was helped Carlos here. So 5 versus 5. And after that, we're gonna have a last stand, and we'll see which players are gonna fight. The Ottomans winning. Yeah, we have a 1 flag advantage. So coats of arms from they're fictional. I created them for this particular thing. Because also the
They look
fact.
really good though.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
gotta say. Yeah, they look like they could be from history. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, they're fictional. Obviously
Yeah.
historically inspired, but also
Yeah.
the factions that I created are somewhat semi-historical as well.
Right. Yeah. Mind you, I don't know the rules of. I know there's like tons of rules of coat of arms and stuff. Like there's probably small things you got wrong, but who cares about that? You know what I mean? It's if you had to go through all of them, it'd be ridiculous. So just visually, if not knowing all the rules, I think they look good, and
Yeah,
that's what
thank you.
matters.
Thank you. Yeah, it's add a little bit of flavor for those watching. Oh, nice. Carlos this time a lot more prepared. Oh, nice push, but the follow-up was not
Nice.
great. 4-1, and looks like Carlos is 1 flag away. And the Ruthenian rebels with a an incredible comeback here after the first fight. Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful.
5-1, and that's it. The fight is over, but the Ruthenians have 8 flags, and the Ottomans have 5. So we are now at disadvantage. We'll see. So for the final stand, you'll have to decide who's fighting. I'm gonna fight in the last stand.
Mm.
Let me know if it's gonna be you or if it's gonna be Carlos.
I'll fight unless Carlos has a really strong objection, but I suspect he wants me to fight. Yep, he just sent confirmation he wants me to fight, so
Good.
beautiful.
A very solid comeback here from the Ruthenian side, and let's see if we can flip the narrative here. Oh, after having a very strong lead, if now we're gonna get it back, we'll see. So you have to score 5 flags. I have to score 8.
Okay.
Oh no. Sound for the win. I don't know about that. I really lack experience with him. I don't know what works. Nice. Yeah, it looks like Bara catches him in the wind up phase, being a little bit faster. He can just walk it off. Sometimes when somebody's hitting the leg, he's not limping automatically. Sometimes characters do not limp, depending on the damage. Or maybe he doesn't have a limping. I don't know, but I've seen it earlier, so. one more flag needed here for the rebels. 3 for the Ottomans. Nice. GG. GG, very close. This one.
GG. Yeah, that was a very good effort.
Yeah. But the rebels get it. Congratulations. 1-0 for the rebels. We have to regroup.
Yeah, about the limping, I would also say sometimes they're limping because they're low on stamina, I think. Not necessarily because they're tired. That could have been what was going on there. But I don't know.
Right. So the winners of the first round of attack and defense are the Swedish and the Ruthenian rebels. And now we're going back to the Swedish side versus the Polish side. And this time the Polish side needs to be very careful. What matters today precisely is not necessarily winning the event, but it's mostly avoiding getting defeated. I mean, being the last one, last faction. Where's the damn thing? Okay. Second round, so the round of switching attack and defense. We're going back. Sorry, we're going back to the Swedish side versus the Polish side. And this is also 27 versus 24. What do you expect from this fight?
Sorry, who's fighting?
The
Who?
Swedish versus the Polish side.
Right. Which players though?
Oh, Eve, Oak, and Info on the Swedish side, and Pico,
Hmm.
Turk, and Roderick on the Polish side.
I see. Yeah, I think Sweden's definitely looking pretty strong. So, yeah, it's tough to say. I think it'll be another close one though, based on what we saw. Obviously, Pekler's going to be looking to lock in here. We might see more aggression from him, but I'm not sure. Knowing him, like, he loves to dictate the fight. He loves to do a lot of fancy stuff, but maybe he'll try and adjust with Yendrick a little bit.
Just one more second to put the flags and
Poland
everything.
will win. Turk versus Oak. Yeah, that's a tough one for Oak, actually, I think. Assuming he's using Calc, because that's probably one of the matchups Murray can win. So Oak is really going to have to be on his A game as far as using the point, but also finding those opportunities to clear space with the cuts.
Yeah, so Oak versus Turk is the first one. So it's pretty easy for this one. It's the same thing with 9 versus um, 9 versus 8 flags. Just double check. Yes. Kalk versus Marie. And this is, I think it's going to be quite interesting. Considering the performance Turk had.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I was thinking about our fight. And it's such a classic example of a new character. Like, I got the first flags because you were probably
Mm-hmm.
surprised by the timing of some certain
Yeah.
attacks you've never faced. But as soon
Mm-hmm.
as you started adapting it, you could see the experience taking over. And it was
Yeah.
harder and harder for me to actually manage to land certain things, especially given the fact that I don't have the experience with the character to know what works or what doesn't. Because the first four
Yeah.
flags, okay, I wouldn't say they were flukes, but obviously I couldn't say that, okay, I really thought about how to counter this or counter. I was just, on autopilot.
Hmm.
It's a very good example how newer characters work, actually.
Yeah. Whereas every single, well, maybe not every single flag, but I was trying to make it so that every single flag was like a calculated move to see where your guard is, like what's getting through, what isn't. Like you saw me using that upcut a lot, right? And
Yeah,
I think there were points where you were surprised it landed, but it seems like he's vulnerable, especially on wind up, to
yeah.
that specific angle. So that's why I was trying to throw that so much.
Honestly, I think what my let's call it mistake was is that I thought that he was faster than he actually was, and
Mm, yeah,
Barabash was actually a bit of a reality check, being a very fast character. There were a
yeah,
lot of flags that I lost precisely when I was trying to strike, and you strike we were attacking just a little bit after me, but still faster than me. It's something that
yeah,
Laszlo does as well very well. He can
yeah.
capitalize really well. Right.
Yeah, those two, Laszlo and Bar, are a very good test of a character's speed. If they're outspeeding said character, then that character's not one of the speed demons, right?
First one here for Oak. As I said, this is a pretty tough matchup for Oak. For Kalk, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say Sweden is looking the strongest right now, but in this matchup, a lot can happen.
Considering the scores, yes, they look the strongest. I mean, they had the win at the biggest margin. It was at
Hmm.
9 flags difference. 1-1 now.
Nice double
And
lunge.
ours was a little bit more balanced. It was at 3, I think, 3 flags.
Yeah, nice snap cut. That's one of Calc's weapons. It works against a lot of characters, but I think in this matchup, that's one of the weapons that Oak is going to be looking to set up a lot.
Nice.
Oh, double lunge.
Yeah, it lingered a
Don't
little
know if
bit
Oak was
there.
trying something or yeah.
And Oak went in it too soon. 2-2. And again,
Oh, there it is again.
yeah, that move is a nightmare for Kalk, and especially for somebody
Yeah.
like Oak who actually likes to move a lot.
Yeah.
And here you go again.
And it's easy to forget that the initial range of the move, as in the range of the first lunge, is not actually the full range of it. It actually does inch
Yeah,
forward more.
there's been
And
there've been a lot of talks about the double lunge and everything, and I could obviously agree with a lot of the things said about the move, but there's one thing that the move does really well, and it's not broken in any way, which is a lot of players don't have the patience to take the spacing and the timing in order to defend it. So after
hmm,
the first attack comes through, they start moving to the side
yes,
or
yeah,
into it, and they get hit by the second attack, or the tip of the second attack moves past their guard. So in a lot of cases, this is actually what's happening. So it's not just the move; it's just
yeah.
that the player itself uh, forces the kill of the other player.
Hmm.
5-4.
Oh, there's an example right there. I think he went for a wind-up cut, maybe to double or to do something to threaten Marie, but it was too slow.
See,
Nice
this
counter
time
press. Maybe that back X.
Oak
Yeah.
kept his patience and his distance and blocked that attack. Nice. 5-4.
I love how that arm looks broken sometimes when the hand
Yeah.
is cut off.
Yeah, by the way, I'm not defending the move in any way. I'm just saying that in some cases, this is what happens.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Nice sidestep. That's a very subtle move that Marie has, but I've seen a lot of people getting caught by it lately.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good underrated move, I'd say. 6-4.
Yeah. I think he was close to landing it just then too. There's again the double lunge. Yeah, British Turk is definitely a prospect in the community. He's been pretty consistent for a new player, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, if he defeats Oak here as well after defeating Eve, I mean, what else can you want? Not too many
Yeah.
people can say that they defeated Eve and Oak in the same event.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows, he might be the savior here of the Polish Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Oh,
And that would
again,
be huge
look at
bragging
that
rights as
defense
well, I would say.
from
Yeah.
Kalk to the double lunge. You just need to keep your composure. But you know, in the
Oh.
heat of battle, sometimes it's hard to
Yeah.
just not move or do a feint or something.
Yeah. Rapiers just have that psychological effect on you where you get it over with. But sometimes that sort of mentality is what the rapier player wants.
Yeah, I like that the Oak is using the longer the lot more. 8-4. British Turk needs only one more to win this and actually get the pretty good the advantage for his faction. Let's see if this time his teammates are going to. Oh, beautiful follow up. 9-4. British Turk confirms what the Swedes were afraid of. And he looks like a world beater. So 9-4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So
Yeah, 9-4.
Yeah, the Polish side actually has the flag advantage now, 2 flags advantage, and it's all up to the remaining 2 fighters. From the Swedish side, now Info using Marie versus Pico. So this is a rematch actually. Pico is going to use Jędrek. Pico needs to change something this time. Because in the first fight he was, I wouldn't say timid, but he wasn't challenging Marie's guard too much, and he got hit every time he was trying to go in. There we go. Info taking left.
Yeah, Turk's been like the...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just said Turk's been like the pikeman of his team, like the pike block. He's always opening it up and just getting kills early on before the opponents can close in type of thing. Sort of the spearhead of their formation.
By the way, a little bit off topic. After this tournament, there's also going to be a small double elimination tournament after a classic, best of 1, 7 flags. That's going to finish quite quickly because we also need to keep the competitive side going as well.
Oh, unlucky there. I think the hand protection saved Info there.
Initially, I wanted to go with this time Pico gets the first fight. I initially wanted to go with just like one match between the factions, but then I saw the interest in this event and all the players signing up and everything, and say, okay, it looks like people are invested in this and want to play more. So we got to this. And I think it's actually quite interesting because it creates some comeback stories.
Oh, nice movement from Pekkola, getting out of the way of the triangle.
You see Pico already being a little bit more active, a little bit moving more. Trying to threaten Info's guard a little bit more. But Info still stays calm. Oh, and the thrust to the
Oh,
face. Perfect timing.
yeah. Pekla just a bit out of range there.
Again,
Hooks, or tries to hook the blade.
this match is 9 flags versus 8.
A lot of pendulum movements there from Pekla. Probably just needs to watch the stamina with that, but he seems to be fine. Doing fine with that so far. Good long guard defense, actually, from Yendrik.
If Info wins this
Again,
one,
hitting the hand protection.
Marie will have a 100% win rate in this tournament. If Info wins this one. But we'll see. There's still a little bit to play for. I'll be right back.
Okay. That was a little unfortunate for Pekla. Yendrik's kind of a wild card. He can definitely be formidable, and you do have to respect his ability to smash through your guard. But sometimes hits that probably should count don't count. A lot of these, thankfully for Pekla, that have been seemingly landing have actually been hitting Marie's hand protection. So it makes sense that they wouldn't actually hit. They would rattle the hand, but they wouldn't actually cause damage. But there was one swing there where I think he hit the head and it just didn't do anything. So thankfully there is at least a chance that Yendrik will stun when you do that. So it's not necessarily the case that it won't do anything, but it is something Pekla has to contend with. Pekla is sort of taunting Info there, saying, "Come at me." Info does oblige, but manages to back off. And there's a nice stab to the face. There's some psychological warfare, I would say, between these two, which I love. Going low, Info made a little bit of a mistake there, I would say, but manages to get out of that. There's a nice cut to the head. Yeah, and that's why I think Rapier damage with the cuts does not need any attention, because you can still one-shot if you're precise. And that's how it should be. They shouldn't be primarily good at cutting, they should be stabbing weapons. So, it's a good compromise. Nice chop there from Pekla. The pendulum swing actually keeping him guarded, I would say, a little bit from that rapier. If you can get the haft in the way of the rapier, you can take out some of the damage, or sort of take the sting out of some of those attacks. Or even deflect them, which makes sense. And I like that Pekla, I almost called him Yendrik, is using these really tight swings to try and beat the blade first, and then closing in with a bigger swing. It's probably actually a good way to go about this. He's using a lot of long guard, trying to hook the blade a lot too, which is keeping Info a little bit on edge. Good use of the pendulum again as a feinting tool as well from Pekla. Info not just charging in with a stab, trying to wait Pekla out a little bit. A lot of twitching there. Pekla is switching guards really quickly. High guard, neutral to long guard, keeping his intentions a little bit of a secret. Pekla managing to set aside that thrust. That was close. Very good timing, I would say, from Info, but just not quite able to land that. Goes low. That is risky, but I see what Info's trying to do. And so far, nobody's been hit, but they're still very active. They're definitely trying to test each other, trying to wait for the other person to make a mistake. There's still a lot of action here, despite the fact nobody's been, well, up until now, nobody's been hit. Pekla is, unfortunately for him, taken quite a hit to the leg. I don't think he's limping, though, so he'll still have the ability to close in on his terms. Nice use of the long guard feint to deflect the attack. That's not something you see much of lately, but it worked really well.
I'm back. Alright, looks like this fight is a lot more balanced than the first one.
Yeah.
Score
yeah, it's really tight. And the last flag, for a while they weren't hitting each other, but there was a lot of tension, a lot of action, because they were both trying to test each other. and neither one was biting for a long time, so it was really cool to watch.
Yeah, we talked about it many times, which is maybe not too many attacks or not too many hits or anything, but it's just that tension that builds up is really fun.
Yeah. And if one of them made a mistake, one of them would have just charged in and finished it, you know? It was
Yeah.
they're both really experienced, so I love seeing that.
Slight advantage
Does
here
the
for
hook work?
info. Oh,
Yeah, I think the hook works. Info's just been doing a good job of keeping distance. And I like these tight cuts from Pekla. He's actually using a lot of long guard, which I would say we don't see a lot from Yendrick, but might be necessary in this matchup. And he was even using that feint move where he kind of loops the axe around to deflect the rapier at times, which you don't see a lot of, but it worked.
7-6, and at this point, regardless of what's gonna happen, Pico has confirmed that in the last fight his team will have the advantage. We'll see how much that advantage is going to be.
Yeah, good hit
Because,
from Info. Nice.
perfect. Pico needs 2 more to win this fight. Info needs only 1.
Ooh, close.
Oh, the leg.
Nice cut from Info. Yeah, that was decisive.
Visual of the cut as well. You can see it on his leg.
Yeah. Now Info can sort of dictate the fight. The triangle, she's going for style point. That was, unfortunately for her, not a good move.
A7. Last flag between the two. Every flag counts at this point. Try to
Grab a 10-1 style points. Against Yendrick, that is a very ballsy move, I have to say. Oh, closing in, that's what Pekla won.
9-7, and a very, I don't know how to call it. I mean, he worked a lot for this fight. For this win, he worked a lot. Pico. He changed some things, and looks like the Polish side is doing a little bit better this time around, and this is why I like this format. So 13 flags left for the Polish side. 9 flags left for the Swedish side. And now it's up to Oak to get a win here and reduce the deficit, or maybe even take the advantage for the final stand, because we will have a last stand match. We have that guaranteed. By the way, the only situation where we don't have a last stand is when all the fighters from one team win their matches against the other, because there are no flags left. But when there's like a draw in number of flags, or a win from the other player that has fewer flags, it's always going to be going to go to last stand. So in, I don't know, in 4 out of 5, or maybe, I don't know, 8 out of 10, I mean, it's the same thing, 80%. It's going to go to last stand. Good. Last match is Eve versus Roderick. They know each other really well. It's going to be a saber fight between Jacek and Getty, 2 similar characters, I have to say, in terms of strengths. And as I said, a little bit of an advantage here for the Polish side. It's up here. It's up to Roderick to keep the momentum going. Yeah, I'm having a blast so far. I don't know about you guys, but it's really fun.
Yeah, I've been enjoying it so far as well. Our fights have been pretty good so far. Love those saber exchanges. That's peak Hellish Quart for me, but I also saw what I think is peak Yendrick play from Pekla just now. So that was really cool to see him play it in a more tactical way and not just, sort of charge in, punch, and then kill type of thing. there was a lot more thought going into what he was doing. So that was really cool to see.
Yeah, Turk asking about the links. So yeah, it's the same link, but some players are not necessarily paying attention to what's going on. So with the tag, I also post the link, just for ease of access, so they can get it immediately from their
Yeah.
from the tag.
Yeah, I do the same thing. It just makes things easier, especially if people are chatting and stuff.
Yeah. All right. So 9 versus 13. It's up to Eve here to limit the damage a little bit, or maybe even take the lead for the final stand. But two things are certain here. One is that it's either going to be a very close fight flag-wise in the last stand, or it's either going to be a big advantage for the Polish side.
Mm-hmm.
So the Swedes
Charging
will have
in
to work
Eve.
for it. Eve knows Getty really well. He knows his strengths, he knows his weaknesses.
Yeah. That's why he went to the leg, I think, and now he's tired for a little bit. Good thing Eve didn't immediately go for it, but he still, unfortunately, got his hand cut off.
Yeah. Chased him there, and Roderick actually got it. It's an open map here, so there are no limitations, as far as I know. I mean, they are probably, but probably have to walk a lot. That adds a little bit of an interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
But we actually picked it more for the flavor because it looks amazing, to be honest, and it fits the setting perfectly.
Yeah, nice field of battle. And honestly, despite the size of the map, we're not really seeing people backing away infinitely and playing overly defensively. They're both going at it. Even if one player has like a rapier or something, they're still being active. So
honestly,
that's really nice.
Oh, beautiful counter. I don't think anybody is consciously doing that. Like, I'm just gonna go to the ends of the map just to make him chase. It's more like a subconscious reaction sometimes when you're being pressured. Just to move back. It is what it is.
Yeah.
3-1.
Yeah, very good performance from Roderick so far.
Yeah. Sometimes it helps to have this team advantage, because it's not that much pressure on your shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have a couple of flags that you can lose.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, nice chop. 4-1.
He's gonna have to change something. That was nice.
I stand corrected, and apologies for that. I stand corrected. The Polish side can actually win this without going into last stand because both British Turk and Pico won their fights. So if Roderick wins here, gets 9 flags, it's a flawless victory without last stand.
Nice upcut there.
And I would have to say I would be really impressed if that would happen, especially after how the first fight went. Shows
that was a cool feint.
People did their homework for the second one. Go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, Roger did a cool feint there, but Eve was able to catch him in the exchange in the end. Eve is very composed, I have to say, despite the fact that he's down. Nice leg void. Bit of calm before the storm here, as they're trying to outposition the other.
Yeah, Eve is thinking about And this is what happens to me sometimes as well when I'm in a fight and I'm just thinking like what to do next, and then I just stand there and I don't do anything. But in that time, I'm thinking like, what could I do next?
Yeah. Yeah. And they're matching each other at this flag very well, so it's understandable. Eve is seeing that his opponent's countering a lot of his moves, and so he's having to back away. There's a nice double.
Yeah, the Polish side does not want to give their country to the usurpers here. Jacek is Polish, but you know he's a mercenary, so he fights for the highest bidder.
I have to say, if you like this type of story, without spoiling anything, Kingdom Come Deliverance is definitely up your alley, as far as the story goes.
Nice. Yeah, I'm thinking about playing it at one point. I just have have some backlog of games that I need to play.
Fair enough.
Also, the reason why Jacek is available for the Swedish side is that in the Hellish Quart story, which I heavily took into consideration for this role-playing event, Jacek was originally paid by Tarnowski. Tarnowski being one of these traitorous nobles, so we can still consider that he is under contract with Tarnowski. Yeah, 5-4,
Nice upcut.
5-3. Sorry. Roderick's still going strong here, but Eve is coming back.
Well, now it's 5-4. That happened pretty quickly after you corrected yourself. Oh, 5-5.
For Eve, 5-5. Yeah, Eve does not play Jacek much, so he just wants to try him for this event.
Fighting for the right to have feathers in their hats. Good hit to the leg. Eve has initiative on his side, I would say now. Oh, they both go low, but Eve loses the hand.
If the Polish side wins here, we're actually going to have the story, the canon story fight here, which is Marta versus Sam. And I'm really curious to see if Marta can take revenge on Sam. As I said, after the event, nice 6-6. After the event, I'm gonna post some sort of story based on what happened today. So it's gonna be quite interesting. 6-6. Yeah, Eve coming back in the fight. Oh,
goes low.
Nice.
Hit. Nicely done from Eve. Nice. Perfectly timed.
Actually, yeah, that's it. The fight is over. 8-6. So it's not a flawless victory for the Polish side. But the Polish side still has 5 flags compared to the Swedish side that has 3. So 3 versus 5 final stand. So Oak is fighting for the Swedish side. A reminder that in the last stand, you can pick any character from the faction or the mercenaries available to the faction. So you're not tied to the pre-selected character. Let's see who... Pico. Pico is taking matter into his own hands. So 3 versus 5. This is still very close. This is still very close. Eve managed with perseverance to reduce the deficit. So we're going to have a 3 versus 5 fight. Oak versus Pico? Oh, can Turk go? Okay, it's gonna be Turk. Alright. Change our mind. It's fine. Here we go. This last stand is more important to the Polish side than the Swedish side. But the Swedish side would definitely like to end matters here instead of going into a uncomfortable tiebreak match where one of the players will have to use Marta, and I think the only player that actually has experience with Marta in that team is Info. And as for Sam, I think Pico has a lot of experience with Sam. We'll see if Oak sticks with Kalk or goes with Laszlo because he has that opportunity. But I think both characters kind of suffer against Marie. Probably Kalk suffers more though. And I'm actually quite sure that Oak is gonna go Laszlo for this one. Makes perfect sense. 3 versus 5. Different things to gain here. The Polish side wants to push it into the tiebreak. The Swedish side wants to end it here. Five versus 3. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
A lot of tension here. And this is the best that I could hope for as an organizer. You know, just...
oh, nice stab.
Cuts there from Oak. Oh, double lunge. Beautiful defense there. That's exactly how you should defend. You keep the long guard and just slowly move back. Nice cut to the face. Perfect.
Nice.
Took his
leg. Cut. Oh, yeah, he doesn't respond in time.
Yeah, that's the leg attack. 2-1. One more needed for the Polish side. Oh, and that's
nice.
it, man. British Turk is the MVP tonight. And the Polish side wins. It's 1-1, so we get to see the role-playing fight, which is Marta versus Sam. But let's see who are going to be the characters that are going to play these two characters. It's going to be a 10 flags fight, and the winner is going to qualify to the grand final. Congratulations to the Polish side. We'll see. My guess is that we're gonna have Info versus Pico again. Yeah. So Eve selects Info, and it seems a pretty sensible choice because Info has experience with Marta. A 10 flag fight. No No advantages this time. Pico, who's gonna be your Sam? I'll go. Pico wants to fight a lot tonight. He fought in the yeah, but he's the leader, so he has that. That's one of the perks of being a leader. You can play a little bit more
Yeah.
if you wanted to. Right. So this is last stand, 10 versus 10, and so what happened here is that these two armies fought, and then they eventually saw, okay, let's settle this with a duel. And then Martha comes from the back and says, he is mine, you know. And
Hmm.
we're gonna see if Martha is going to be able to avenge her father against Sam here, the canon story. Here we go. I like that Pico finds a GIF, uh, and he sticks with it for a period of time. And now he has that
Hmm.
guy praying in the car. Marta versus Sam. What do you think about this one?
I think Marta in the current build is a threat for any character. So I think it's actually like in her earlier state, I probably would have just given Sam the advantage, but now I think it's anybody's fight. It's just a matter of which character can use the advantages they have better.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a very close fight. I think it goes down to,
Yeah.
or or maybe if one of the players is gonna get like a mid fight advantage, like 2 or 3 flags, it might make
Hmm.
it a little bit difficult for the other one. Info versus
Yeah.
Pico. Info left, Pico right.
Yeah, I don't know how you feel about it, but some people on our server have actually been saying that Marta might be S tier. That's how far some people have been going. And that's because a lot of people like Ezekiel, even Platypi, have just been picking up Marta and getting a lot of success. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
I wouldn't say she's S tier, but she's definitely a solid A.
Yeah.
Because in order to be S tier, I think a character should be good or very good in every department. And
Hmm.
Martha still has some key weaknesses.
Yeah.
Beautiful blade beat.
Nice.
But yeah, she's definitely an A tier in my opinion. She
Yeah.
can hang with most characters.
Yeah. She's definitely potentially frustrating the fight if a player is using her really well and sort of punishing your attempts to beat her blade and that type of thing. But frustrating the fight is not necessarily the same thing as
Yeah,
just being strong in every department.
I would give an example. One of the last tournaments. So second point here for info. Um, the fight between Ezekiel and Eve. So Eve in that fight particularly exploited Martha's weaknesses, which is she has some trouble blocking overhead attacks.
Hmm.
That's by design, and she's also not very fast with most of her attacks. She's not very good at close range. She is good, but not that good
Hmm.
in close range. And
Right.
Eve was able to capitalize on those with the character that is not an S tier character. It's also an A tier, I would say. Strong overall, but
Yeah.
not very special. Going back to the fight, so Marta is determined to, sorry, avenge her father here. And
Yeah.
we're landing a
Nice
lot of
snap cut.
blows on Sam.
Yeah. Peck was very active here. I like what he's doing, these quick cuts to beat the blade. And even if he doesn't land a hit afterwards, he's very aware that info is ready with those counters. So he's not overextending. He's trying to wait for his opportunity to move in and get that kill shot. Oh, that's the potential danger of it, though. Do it a bit too much, and Marta might slip a thrust in. Oh. Yeah, I wanted to say Pekla was gonna get it if he moved forward, but with Marta, it actually is pretty tough to say, because Info could have had back Y ready. Pekla is definitely fighting like he's aware of it. Grab attempt, nice try there. It's tough to land against somebody who's ready to back away, though.
Oh, nice cut.
Oh, nice.
4-3. Close fight. People in the chat supporting one faction or the other. Very tense here. Couldn't get any more tense than this one.
Yeah. A lot of feinting and subtle blade movements between these two, especially Pekla, but Info's doing some of that too.
Oh, nice.
Oh! That was like a quick jab to the liver. Nasty. Going for quick stabs there. Doesn't quite land it. Nice blade beat from Pekla.
Still, Info looks very, very confident. Oh, loses this one, but Pico is playing a little bit a catch-up game here. And some of the kills that he got hit in the process. So he mostly,
Yeah.
He overpowered Marta there with some strong. Oh, that was beautiful.
Nice.
Made in with the feint in there.
Yeah.
The cut.
Yeah. Sam has that down forward X, which really lets him close in short bursts really quickly. And it is a blade beat move, potentially, as well. It's a really nice tool that he has for this matchup that Peklo's been using well.
Yeah, this fight might go down to the last flag. That'd be crazy. Oh, 8-6, but the Info is getting closer. Only 2 flags needed. Quick
nice A-cut there, countering the push. That push has been going well for Info this time. It tends to be one of Marta's stronger weapons, actually, but it's very telegraphed and it kind of leaves you exposed. That was really precise from Pekla, wow. Yeah. Targeting, like, just past the bowl there, hitting the hand with the A-cut, which we don't see a lot of. I think in general we don't see a lot of A-cuts with most characters, because it tends to be, like, the weakest cut, but Pekla is making good use of it here. There's some exceptions like Gideon who have some good A-cuts, but for the most part I think people prefer cutting from the other direction if they're cutting low.
Yeah, Roderick there is on the edge of his seat in the chat. Oh, and the third flag in a row there. And
that's gotta give Pekla confidence.
Marta's revenge might have to wait. That would be really frustrating after Sam killed her father. But,
love the speed of those feints from Samuel. Oh, what? His head also stretched. He's becoming Mr. Fantastic. That didn't really help him.
Down to the last flag. Here we go.
Oh, man. It's like the magnetic effect of the sword affected his head, too.
And
nice stab from
Marta
Info.
defeats Sam and gets revenge for her father. Sam is not killed yet, though. A little bit of a spoiler. Sam is not killed because he will fight again. But Marta manages to defeat him in battle and take revenge for her father. And wins it, actually, for the Swedish side. So the Swedish side wins this fight at 1 flag difference. Amazing. I loved the fight between these two factions. So the Swedish side is in the final. Just one thing.
Those gifts.
Good. So now we're back with the second. Hopefully, it's gonna be just as exciting as this one. Now it's going to be between the Ottoman side and the Ruthenian side. Ruthenians won after a great comeback for the first one, so it's 1-0. Let's see the matches. Oh, it's going to be me versus you first, then Piper versus Carlos, and
Hmm.
then me versus you again. This time around, a bigger advantage in terms of flags, but it can be recovered in case fights are won by your side. So
Hmm.
the first one is 10 versus 7. Just give me one moment to just put the whole all the details and stuff. '25 versus 19. Sorry. In Romanian, there was a saying about the Ottomans: as many as grass and leaves. So the Ottomans were always seen as a number heavy type of army. So this is
Hmm.
exactly what we're going for here in this role play. But obviously, the
Yeah.
downside is just one character that has this ability to produce more flags. A character that is not necessarily doing great so far.
Hmm.
Right. So, me versus you. Just quickly changing the colors and everything. So we already know the character, so it's going to be Hassan versus Barabash again. Just give me one moment to go to the bathroom and then we can start.
Okay.
One thing that I'm gonna take into consideration this time compared to the first fight we had. So even if you get the flag advantage, I need to be very careful not to let you win the fight because that would mean a 3+
Mm-hmm.
flag for Carlos in the next fight.
Mm.
So that's something that I completely neglected the first time we fought. I didn't think about it, and then I realized that oh, he also got the 3 flag bonus after it, and it proved to be decisive. Here we go. Ten
All right, good luck.
flags. Good luck. 10 flags for me. 7 for Subu. Oh, something going on.
Yeah, just a lot of delay in the leg spike. He'll probably pass.
Let's go. All right, I'm gonna unpause and just try it
Yeah.
out and see.
Sorry, let me just check my.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'm at like 400 ping, so I'll try and reconnect.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
see if that fixes it.
yeah.
Okay, reconnecting.
Good.
Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, oh, I got it. Okay, that was messy. Yeah, that's one of his
Oh,
good
okay, it's
moves.
happening again.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's.
The ping
Yeah,
again.
it felt okay, but now it's happening again. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little
And it
bit.
was happening right when we got close, too.
Okay, I'm gonna
Okay.
unpause, move around and see if it fixes. If not, we can try to reconnect again.
Yeah, there's like some inputs weren't going through, too. I think it's good now. Oh, no. No. Right when I think it's good, it gets worse again. Um, yeah, that's really weird. It was fine before.
Yeah, I think the
Okay.
parsec is
Yeah, I'm just still testing stuff out because I don't want to speak too soon and then
yeah, no
it happen
worries.
again.
No worries, let me know.
Okay, yeah, that is, yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's still happening.
Oh, it's still happening.
Yeah, I did not mean to move forward that far, so.
Okay. Okay, let's try again to reconnect. Let me have a look at it.
Yeah,
Ping. Oh yeah, it's not.
I'll reset my router too.
Yeah,
See
yeah,
if that's my end. One moment.
sure. Until Subu fixes his stuff, I mean, we can do it after. Let's go with Piper versus Carlos. A 7 versus 7 fight. So he won't lose time. Same characters, Alexander versus Marina. Both of them had some great performances against each other. So the first one went 7-2 for Piper. The second one was 5-1 for Carlos. We'll see how the third one goes. This is their final fight. Oh, there's Subu connecting again. Let's do the Piper versus Carlos fight now, since, or I don't know. Subu, you here? I think I need to give him. I don't know. He's still in the. Oh, somebody left. Oh, no. All right, let's do as I said. Let's do Carlos versus Piper on the left, Carlos on the right. 7 flags each. Alexander versus Marina. No, I can't hear you, actually. Here we go. Here we go. We'll see how this one goes. First one was a solid victory for Piper. Second one was a solid victory for Carlos. Oh, goes for the leg, misses, and Piper with the second push. Yeah, the push is a key to victory here. And the side steps are the key to victory for Carlos, and you can see that's exactly what happens there. 2-1. Oh, again, try to push a little bit too early. 2-2. Progressing to speed. Okay, I'll give you access immediately after this one goes. Miss there from Piper, but he comes very fast with the forward cut after he misses the first one. Yeah, Piper does not lose time here. Try to push again. Yeah, Piper tried a couple of leg attacks as well, which are known to work against Marina, but Carlos is very fast with the counters. Needs to be careful with those. 4-2. Yeah, Piper's fights are always over in like a minute. Again, another push. 5-2. Nice cut there from Carlos. And he punishes the push attempt. Six, 3. One more needed here for Piper. Oh, nice one from Carlos. And 7-4, and Piper wins this one. Congratulations. Let's have a look at the score. 7-4, so 21-12. And now are going to be 2 fights between me and Subu. It's going to be pretty difficult for the Ruthenian side to come back from this one. Yeah, now you can. I think you can speak.
Hey, ping looks better, by the way. It looks like it's 187, which is more like what I would
Yeah,
expect.
yeah,
So
yeah.
let's hope it
That's
stays
what you
that way.
usually get. You get like 190, maximum 200,
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like that. Right.
yeah, which
So
is playable, so that's good.
21 versus 12, and now we're gonna have two fights. You may still come back from this one. You might give even yourself give 3 flags for the next one. So we're starting from the score of 2-0. Does the loser of the Ottomans versus Ruthenia play against the Polish?
Yep.
Yes. Yes, that's what happens. And it's actually going to be a more important fight than the fight for the final, because the loser of that one will determine the.
Well, you clicked practice, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know why? Because last time, remember when I was always going into fight instead of going to practice, and then my brain
Mm-hmm.
rewired on the practice, and here's
Yeah.
what happens.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. By the way, if you don't mind, for just to make it easier for the people who watching, I'm just gonna go for 2 quick pushes or grabs, so I can get the 2 flags.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because it's easier
And I'll
to
just stand
just.
still. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. And then after, I'll just test it out, make sure I'm moving fine. I don't see any yellow indicators, so I should be fine, but just to double check.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that looks good. Let's go.
Okay. Ooh. I don't know what I did there, but probably his guard. Probably he's weaker on the
Yeah.
side, given his guard position. Kind of like Getty.
Again, yeah. It's worse than Laszlo's for sure, at least at that angle.
And I think when you're switching stances, like if you're on the left foot forward, his guard is weaker, just like Getty's
Yeah.
on that position.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's what how he's supposed to fight. Like just kind of relentless pressure. He has attack linking as well. It's not my style though, but are we winning? Yes, we are so far, but let's see how it goes. Went for it.
Oh.
Close. Nice.
Nice.
GG. Still going
GG.
on your shield here with 7-7.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad it was considering the 2 flags there that we were evenly matched in the end.
14-5. We're actually fighting the last. We're also fighting for the last one, and you got 5 flags, and I got
Right.
8.
Okay. He'd shoot Piper style. I could see that actually. Yeah, I actually like his style as well, but it's definitely different.
Yeah, that forward cut is. He has a lot of trouble defending that. Nice. GG. Finally.
GG.
Finally got it. So the first flawless victory in the event. So now we are 1-1, and we're going to the the tiebreak fight, which is a 10 flag fight, and it has to be Alexander versus Marina, but it could be any of the players that are using her, because it's role playing as well. So have a conversation
Okay.
with Carlos and see who's gonna go. I'm gonna ask Piper as well.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay. So who's fighting? Carlos?
Carlos will fight. Yeah,
Okay. For us, it's gonna be Piper, so they're gonna fight again.
yeah. Doesn't seem smart for me to try Marina out, because especially against someone like Piper who's using his main. So
I was ready to pick Alexander to be honest because I've been playing him a little bit recently, but since Piper did so well against Marina, I think it would be a mistake not to give him the opportunity
yeah,
to fight. Had he lost against Marina, then maybe we could have changed something. But for now, I don't see the point. Right, 10 flags. So we are also in the same position, and it's quite interesting to see that both teams that lost the first round won the second round. 10 versus 10, Piper versus Carlos. Come on, Piper. I cannot be by. I can't not be by. Double negation is not okay in English, but whatever. Um, you get what I'm saying. I will be
that's okay.
biased.
English speakers do it anyway. In
Yeah,
some cases, you'd be surprised. So
I will be biased towards Piper here because I want him to win. Here we go. Piper taking left side, Carlos taking the right, and here we go. And after that, we're gonna go to the decisive matches. Piper taking left, Carlos taking right. Yeah.
beautiful. I believe in you, Carlos. Gave you some advice there. I won't disclose it.
Yeah, I gave him some advices. We'll see what happens. We'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
we gave. It's like we're coaches in the corners of the fighters.
See what happens. All right.
I don't play Marina much, but I have observed some things that can work. So,
Nice. Goes for the leg, gets the first kill.
but Carlos, use your judgment as well. Of course, you know the character.
Good start here for Piper. A little bit more composed than we see. Goes for a double. Goes for the
Yeah.
leg. A double. Oh,
Nice, good sidestep from Carlos.
I thought that that over attack went in, but it didn't.
Oh,
Now we see Piper playing a little bit more like you play, like back and forth, throwing some decoy attacks instead of just going in. Oh, got caught this
yeah.
time. 3-2.
This is intense.
Yeah.
They both have done well against each other, so. Oh, again! Nice.
Nice from Carlos. 3-3.
Nice. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that attack would do so well against Alex, to be honest, because the sword is high, but it actually paid off.
I think it's also because Piper usually goes forward, so he is a little bit more
Yeah.
vulnerable to that
Yeah.
particular attack. Oh, Piper wins this exchange there.
No.
It was a little bit messy, but he got it.
Yes, Carlos, yes. Obviously a little unprofessional,
Yeah,
but
no
he is on
worries,
my team,
no
so
worries.
that's how it is.
I'm also very.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, but he gets it
Oh.
anyway. 6-4, still
Yeah.
close. Man, these fights have been amazing so far. So tense. Tries to push out of range. Needs to be careful though. Carlos is very good at punishing. Let's call them mistakes.
Nice.
Throwing out of range. Carlos still
Right.
keeps the score close.
Yeah, come back, Carlos. Let's go.
Push.
Oh,
Goes for
good
the
try.
Leg void.
Yeah, he tried it, but
7-5. Oh, beautiful
Oh.
side step. Carlos tried to surprise him there. It was a good intention, but Piper with a very good reaction. Push 9-5, but not the corporate schedule. It's just Piper One flag away from sealing it for the Ottoman. Push.
Oh no.
That's it.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'm going to shake your hand. It was an amazing,
GG.
yeah, amazing match. But Piper, clutch here, gets it. And we win. So now we're getting into the interesting part, which is we're gonna have the Polish loyalists facing the Ruthenian rebels in a match for survival, because the faction that loses will be eliminated. And then we
Mhm.
have the Swedish side versus the Ottoman side fighting for power, because the losing faction will be absorbed into the winning faction. So I already got the battle order for the other factions. What I want from you, Subu, send me a
Mhm.
DM, please, with again the same thing, attack and defense, so I can make the matches.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah. By the way, guys, we're gonna go on a little bit of a break, 10 minutes or so. Relax, prepare for your final stage. I will post all the matchups and the characters used, and I'll see you guys in 10 minutes for the finals. right, sorry for the longer break. It took me a little bit more than I expected to settle the schedule because I had to pick like characters from one side and then characters from the other side and the characters that they play and whatnot. Hopefully, I got it right. Um, so we're gonna do the same thing. So it's gonna be attack and defend, and this time is going to be a lot more important because the winner of this is going to get some significant advantage. The loser of this will be eliminated from the competition. But obviously, the players that are fighting for that particular faction can join a different faction afterwards. So players can still continue to play in the. And there's also a very special mechanic that I want to tell you about, but it's going to happen after the event. So the Polish loyalists and the Ruthenian rebels are fighting for survival, and the Swedish and the Ottomans are fighting for control. So we're gonna get the Polish versus the Ruthenian rebels, and there's a very special situation actually for the rebels. Unfortunately, Carlos cannot continue fighting, which means that Subu is taking um, control of the whole fight. So he's fighting 3 times. Actually, he will have some penalties regarding flag numbers because when you're using the same player multiple times, there are some penalties. But Subu can overcome those penalties if he wins the fights because he can activate the faction perk, which is you get 3 flags for the next fight on win. So the fights were already posted in the role-playing events channel. And Subu is fighting 3 times, as I said, so he's going to be very warmed up. And the first fight is going to be against, and he's actually going to use Marina 2 times in this in this first match. Was it? I mean, it wasn't a rule to pick Marina. You could have picked Barabash for all fights, by the way.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Oh, okay, okay. I
mix it
just
up.
wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that you're aware that it's not a rule for you to pick the
yeah,
that
I'm
you get to
aware.
pick. Okay,
Yeah,
great. That's actually even better for us from a role playing perspective to see more
right.
diversity. And the first fight, as I said, is going to be Roderick versus Subu. 8 versus 7. Just need to change here the colors and everything. I know I promised you guys a little tournament after this one. It's still happening, but we might reduce maybe the number of flags or something because we're probably gonna spend a little bit more time here to finish this. Paul versus Ruth, and let me put the thing as well.
Carlos had the forfeit info last minute, so I'm taking the reins
Yeah.
for the whole team.
All right. So the number of flags is 24 for the Polish loyalists and only 17 for the rebels. So Subu at a disadvantage here, but I'm pretty sure he's very motivated to overcome these odds. And he can definitely on the span of multiple fights to recover the deficit, especially considering the perk that the faction has. So okay, without further ado,
Hmm.
let's go into Roderick versus Subu. 8 flags versus 7. Oh, I didn't put Piper's characters. Piper's using Alex. Info. Sorry for not mentioning it. Roderick is here, so we're good to go. He's using Getty. You are using
Beautiful.
Marina, right, for the first fight?
Yep.
There we go. I think Marina has some good strats against Gedeon. And although you don't have much of an experience with her, you know my theory regarding players that are very experienced. They can usually
Mm-hmm.
play. And to be completely honest, Marina is also not a very hard to play character. I mean, she's pretty straightforward. Um, of course, getting her to a higher level requires more experience, but she's not that complex to the point that you can't use her. First one for Subu. Subu here on a quest to recover as many flags as possible and win fights. And this is a fight that can be winnable. Oh, the chop land here. 3 for Subu. It would be quite a feat for Subu single-handedly to win this and save his faction from elimination. It would be quite sad to see the Polish side being defeated so early in the event. By the way, Eve, you said you're going to join the commentary, so let us know when you're ready. 3-2. 4-2 now. Fast pace fight. Oh, again goes for the side step. Very good move. 5-2. Nice. 6-2. The side step is working really well, especially considering Gideon is weaker on that side. And Subu knows that really well. Subu is the type of player that if he finds something that works against you, he's just going to use it until you're going to defend against it. And sometimes that can prove pretty tough. Because adjusting to something that works is not always easy. Subu's playing this very traditionally, and I like it. Just keeping his distance, attacking at the right time, using side steps, and again, 7-3. And needs only one more to finish this, and possibly turn the tide here in this matchup, although the Polish side had a pretty significant flag advantage. 7. Oh, through the guard here, through the weak blade. You don't see those attacks often these days. They used to be a thing. Subu needs only one more. So not only recover. Oh, unlucky there for Roderick. Was unlucky for Subu the first time, but unlucky for Roderick. A3. And that's a very, very solid win for the Rebels here and Subu. 14. Actually, so Subu lost 3 flags, but considering that he won, he hasn't lost any flags. So congratulations on that. So now it's only no, sorry, 8 flags. So that is 16. 16 to 17 now. Am I doing this right? Yeah, 8. Lost 3 flags, but got him back. Yeah, 16 to 17. So the rebels have the advantage now. And Subu is still gonna be on the left. And the next fight is Pico, but it's gonna be 8 versus 5. So we're still keeping the former number, but we're just gonna add them there for the final stand, of course. Pico versus Subu. So let's get the Pico in. Subu, what are your thoughts right now? I don't know if you're locked in.
Yeah, I feel very locked in, very happy with that performance. I just hope they keep it simple like that and win this one as well.
Yeah, and you managed to get to simply overcome the flag difference, and you actually have a 1 flag advantage right now after being 7 flags behind. Pico taking left side, Subu right side. So Subu's gonna fight a lot tonight. Potentially 8 times, because it could be 3 with another 3, and maybe even 9 times. Actually, it could happen. Right. So we're doing Yendrek versus Marina. This one is 8 against 5. So we're gonna keep that into consideration. So we still keep the same number of flags, but Subu is stacking these 1 flags to the overall number could be used in the final stand. Subu gets a side step there. Very good move there from Marina. 2-0. Oh, 3 now. Nice one to the arm. Subu, 1-man army here. As I said, even 1 man doesn't represent the faction. There are some penalties, but yeah. Oh, and again, 4-1. Yeah, Subu might actually win this without even going to the last stand, which would be crazy. He needs to score 8 here, though. And at this point, both fighters, where I was about to say that he needs to score 4, but Subu needs 3. As you can see, Subu is definitely locked in here, and he's winning decisively. Oh, nice one to the arm again, 5-3. The Polish side had a great comeback against the Swedish side and almost won 5-4. And actually Pico might win this one, which is quite important because then Subu would not get his faction bonus. They still have a good advantage, but not get the faction bonus. And that's it. 5-5. And Pico defeats actually Subu here. But we're still very close on the number of flags. So 11-12. And we're going into the last fight, which is British Turk versus Subu. British Turk using Mari. This time Subu's gonna use Bara. And this is also an 8 versus 5 match. And we're gonna have a last stand regardless of what's gonna happen here. Obviously for the rebel side, Subu's gonna fight. We'll see who's gonna fight for the Polish side. but it is guaranteed that we're gonna have a last stand match. Yeah, I could definitely see that it wouldn't have been an easy task to because honestly, when you're duplicating an elite player, it might be even more difficult to defeat. But that's why I introduced this two flag penalty. I think it's quite fair. After all, Subu did start with a pretty significant deficit. 1-1. Still, if he wins here, his +3 perk does not apply for last stand. It only applies for regular matches. Maybe I should have noted that somewhere. Subu's being careful here. British Turk hasn't lost today, undefeated, 2-1. And if he wins this one here against a nightmare matchup in Bara, he's gonna be the MVP of today. 2-2. I think Subu's 3-2 now. I think Subu's goal here should be not necessarily win this particular fight, but just try to keep his advantage for the last stand. He has one flag advantage, or at least keep that for last stand. So at least go 5-5 with Turk. But if he gets a better score, that would be even better for him. Oh, nice one. Low attack there from Turk. And Turk is one flag away from making another victim. Oh, and there you go. 5-3 and another win for Turk. And advantage for the Polish side in the last stand. 8-7. So we're gonna have a fight 8 versus 7, but we'll see who's gonna fight for the Polish side. Let me ask Pico. Subu, how are you doing?
Doing good. Still feel like I'm in it, so
Yeah, just one
crazier
flag
things have
behind.
happened. I'll do my best.
Just one flag behind, and you can still win this. You can pick any character that your faction can pick for the final stand. Oh, Turk is actually fighting, so it's gonna be the same. I don't know if it's the same matchup, but it is the same match. 8 versus 7 between you two. A good opportunity for you to get revenge here.
Yep.
By the way, I only posted the attack round. I will, after we finish it, I will post the second one because it was taking too long. Oh, going back to Marina. 8 versus 7. Subu definitely wants to take the win here because we will have a guaranteed opportunity to, in any, even if things go wrong, he will fight in a 1v1, a 10 flag match. 1. And at this point, both need 7 to win. Immediately after this match, we're gonna go in the final between the Swedish and the Ottoman side. Also fighting for a very important a reward here, which is more characters and potentially even the players from this losing side. I mean, I would definitely welcome Subu, Carlos, or Turk, or Pico, or Roderick to our team. If we win, 3-1. 4-1 now. Missed there, but still managed to land. 5-1. Looks like Subu is very close to getting this one. And Turk might get his first defeat here. He's still not out though. And the flag count is also a lot closer than it looks. Turk is playing this smart. He knows he has the advantage in this one and wants to get it. Oh, but I think that was a mistake from his part there. Just going with a very slow attack, and Subu punished it instantly. 6-1, and Subu needs 2 more, and that would be a very impressive feat, winning on his own. Oh, goes for the leg. Oh, got the head though. Subu went for it. 1 more needed. Oh, and again. Yeah. I applaud the performance. Took down a faction single-handedly. The war's not over though, but still managed to win. So congratulations, the rebels get the first win.
Alright, GG. I think that was just too many leg cuts in his part. I get why he was doing it, but I knew he was going for my leg, so I just charged in and played it simple.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Whatever works, works. So,
Yep.
congratulations. As I said, you single-handedly won that match. And if you win the next one as well, then you save your faction from ruin. And now we're going to the next match. So I'm going to, this time after fighting, you're going to take the commentary side a little bit more.
Okay.
We're gonna go with, so Oak. Yes. So the Swedish side has 27 flags and we have 24. So for this one, it's going to be Oak versus me, then Eve versus Piper, and then Info versus Piper. It's going to be interesting. Oh, actually, I made a mistake. It's even more the difference. Piper is going to have 5 flags because he's fighting twice, not 7. So that means we have 22. My bad. So we're a little bit behind, but I think we can still pull it off. So Oak versus me now. 9 versus 10. Gotta change some things. It's blue versus green. Swedish side. Here we go. So it's 27 to 22. A significant advantage here for the Swedes. I'm glad that I managed to actually make the factions balanced, because both fights went into like the last possible fight, and that means that those were pretty balanced. So let's get oak in.
Yeah.
I just need a little bit of water before we go in, because it's probably going to be
No
a
problem.
little bit of a long fight, and then we're good to go.
Yeah, it's not easy to make everything balanced when everyone's got those special perks. Not always easy, so gotta commend Venator for that.
Okay, good to go. I'm actually quite curious to see how Hassan does against Kalk. I see some
Mm-hmm.
strengths and weaknesses in this particular matchup. But this couldn't go horribly wrong for me, though, considering the caliber of the player. Oak taking left, taking right. But I could definitely see some things that Hassan can do. We'll see. This is a 9 versus 10 fight, so it's gonna be quite long, I believe.
Yeah, you can see again how much of a unit Hassan is here. Even ignoring the hat, he's definitely taller. Definitely an advantage for Hassan here is the attack linking. Calc does have some moves that combo well together, but it's just not the same level of speed that Hassan has. Hassan's definitely not like the fastest saber as far as his regular speed, but his ability to link attacks together can compensate.
Oh, almost.
Nice from Oak.
Speed mode. Oh, no, 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 it's regular. We're not using the speed mod for some time now.
I love how Hassan can mix it up too. He has these lunges he can throw out of nowhere, which can really switch the tempo up.
Yeah, I think the lunge is actually very important. Not because it's not really like an amazing move, but without it, he would be very limited in his approach. His
Yeah,
lunge can actually switch up a little bit.
nice. That wraparound move definitely has their place too.
Yeah, it's the same old Gideon thrust that was now passed to Jacek
Hmm.
over the. Oh. We can already see that Hassan is not doing very well in blocking those body shots, which was to be expected, to be honest.
Yeah. Going for a stab, doesn't quite connect. And that deep lunge forces a double. Push attempt from Oak. And that follow-up is actually pretty fast from Calc, but Venator did a great job of spacing that out and then countering. Nice lunge again. I think Oak was doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Hassan is now proving to be competitive.
As soon as you
And I
said
could
it,
tell
I got
even
killed.
yeah, the little commentator's curse there. I could tell even in our first fight, like where I won more convincingly, he was still proving to be a challenge. He was doing some good exchanges and stuff like that. It was definitely not easy. Good snipe to the arm there.
I think the way he walks really fits his character, you know, it's very confident.
Yeah, yeah,
And it should be, right? Because Janissaries were elite
yeah,
soldiers. I mean,
definitely.
later, you know, it became a little bit more like people were buying their spot into it and whatnot. But before
Yeah,
that, only like the best were getting in the core.
yeah, exactly. And they were indoctrinated and whatnot, so very loyal. That's why he's all about honor in the story.
Yeah. So in this particular role-playing story, he's more like an enforcer. You know, he's watching over
Hmm.
Alexander to see if he's doing the right thing into taking
Hmm.
over the region.
Nice combination. And Oak is struggling to find an answer to that.
Yeah, I need only one more
It's,
here.
yeah. And it's easy to say, oh, I can just block those counters, or those attacks, I should say, but what if he keeps coming, or what if he switches the tempo? For a slow character, it can be tough.
Yeah, GG. I honestly, I had hoped to fight his Laszlo. I think Hassan versus Laszlo would be very interesting, but it could still happen if we get to the tie-break match. The role-playing match will be Laszlo versus Hassan, and there's a reason for that because Laszlo is a Hajduk, and as you know, Hajduks were constantly fighting against the Ottomans. So we can,
Yep.
you know, just imagine that Laszlo has some history with the Ottomans, and throughout the Hellish Quart, the lore, it is said that Laszlo is a very competent fighter. Most likely, that's why he's hired by Tarnowski in the story, right?
Hmm.
And a veteran. So 9 versus 3 that was. So we managed to
Yeah.
get some So 19. 19 to 19, actually.
Although it does say something that Zera caused them to flee though that one time, because Zera just came in, took the one guy's head off, and Laszlo was like, "Okay, I've had enough."
Yeah, it was the other guy.
Yeah,
And I remember we were thinking about that guy was Lazo, but it wasn't Laszlo actually. It would have been
yeah,
pretty bad if he just got killed like that. But
yeah.
I'm actually hoping to see Laszlo having a good fight. So 9 to 6 that was. So 9 to 3. Sorry. So 19. My math does not check out here. So 27 versus 22 was the. Let me check again. Sorry, it was bound to happen. Yeah, 27 versus 22. Oh, yeah, 18. Yeah. Just I had a brain. My brain was not working there. 18 versus 19. So we got a little bit of an advantage, and I'm actually very happy because that helps Piper here in his next fight, which is Eve versus Piper, and this is always very interesting.
Mm. Nice test for Yazuk, because I think Yazuk typically does poorly in this matchup, but if Eve can do well here, then
Yeah, I would
that'll be a good sign for him.
I would say so too. Jacek doesn't really do well against Alexander, but I think the way Eve plays and his experience against somebody like Piper can can prove quite decisive. So Piper needs to keep his control here. Just sticks to what works and know that Eve is always ready to punish mistakes. Like one mistake and you're punished.
Hmm.
But at the same time, Eve knows what kind of pressure Piper brings in, so it could be quite problematic. Eve left, Piper right. 9 versus 7. Here we go. I'm so glad that I picked this map. It just works so well with the setting.
Hmm. Yeah, there's not many others that would fit the setting of some type of battle or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I would maybe I would say the waterfall could
Yeah,
possibly, and maybe even the village one, considering that it could be like a looting.
yeah, raid or
Yeah,
skirmish,
raid.
yeah.
Yeah, push there from Eve, and that's a good thing from him because he shows Piper that I can push too. So I know
Yeah.
that you're a good pusher, but I can
Oh,
push too. But the thing is, Piper can also strike really well. So he's not about just pushing.
he's low.
Oh,
Ooh,
perfect
reaches a
timing.
bit farther.
Yeah, standing attacks from Alexander are devastating. Obviously,
Hmm.
because of the footwork, you kind of have to keep moving. But when he's on the spot, his attacks are very fast and very devastating.
Yeah. And Yazuk might have trouble, even if he does land a hit like we just saw, finishing the exchange right there. His
And
damage is not particularly impressive.
we're seeing exactly what Alex has as an advantage against Jacek, which is Jacek's attacks are usually high, and that's where oh, nice one to the leg, and that's where Alexander blocks really well and can counter very well as well. Jacek does not have too many options to threaten Alexander's weak spots.
Eve is definitely trying
That's
all on the way
oh no,
there.
it's not done yet. It's 7-1. Needs two more, but very impressive here from Piper, I'd say. My little Ottoman vassal here. Here we go. Yeah, I thought that it fits really well since his,
Nice.
signature move because Alex was an Ottoman soldier. He got captured. Eventually, managed to make a name for himself in Poland. And I think if he was backed by the Ottomans, he could definitely excel that.
Nice. Yeah, definitely could have. Nice thrust there from Eve.
Me.
Kind of wrapped around there. That's not a thrust that often lands, but that was the perfect time there. And Eve is making a bit of a comeback. Nice.
Eve
Piper
is
maybe getting overconfident.
recovering a couple of flags. Piper needs only one more. Eve needs two. So this fight is a lot closer than it looked.
Nice combination there.
Down to the last flag, this one.
Yeah, Eve is doing a great job. He's found some moves that seem to really threaten Piper. And so Piper can't just walk all over him anymore. Double. Eve's probably very happy with that, actually, because usually those exchanges favor Alexander. Oh.
And that's it. 9-6. And Piper with another amazing performance today. Doing great. Right. So Piper's going to fight again, actually. So stick in there. So 13 flags for us. And 9 flags for the Swedish side. And now it's going to be Info fighting Piper. And after that, we're going to have a last stand. So that is it guaranteed though? No. It's not guaranteed actually. If Piper wins this fight, it's going to be without the last stand, but it will be pretty difficult because Piper needs to win 9 and Info needs to win 5. Yeah, Piper's fighting again. And you know what? If it goes to the last stand, I'm gonna give this one to Piper as well. He seems on fire. So let the man fight. If the Swedish side loses here, or if we lose, it's not actually a big deal. Mostly just a wasted opportunity to get some advantages, but it doesn't really affect the faction in any way. Like there's no disadvantage per se. Just so both factions don't really have much pressure on them right now. The pressure was more on, it is still on you and the Polish side. Well, on the Polish side more now. Don't have time. There's Info. 4 flags advantage for the Ottomans and the chance to win this. The Ottoman faction was the only one who managed to win without going into the last stand in one match. But it was a heavy advantage flag-wise. Info taking left, Piper taking right. Marie versus Alex. This could prove problematic for Alexander, especially on this map. I'd say that the weapon that Alexander uses, oh beautiful, Also fits really well with the Ottoman theme. Although it's not an
Yeah,
Ottoman sword, it is a North African sword, and as we know, North Africa was controlled by the Ottomans at
yeah,
that time.
yeah. And I'm sure some ninja were making their way into the Ottoman Empire because that whole area was connected. So
Yeah,
yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
yeah. And actually, I mean, people do not talk too much about it, but when we talk about empires and the weaponry used, actually, most local armies still use the weapons that they had used before being conquered. So it's not
Mm-hmm.
like they immediately adopted, okay, we are under the Ottoman Empire now, so we're just gonna dress up as janissaries and use a yatagan. You know, they're still gonna
Yeah,
use the weaponry. That was particularly happening within the Roman Empire, right? They had the auxiliari,
yeah,
which
yeah.
were auxiliary troops still using the same tactics and weaponry from their respective.
Mm-hmm.
The Dutch, not Dutch, the Batav, because those
Yeah.
were the tribes back then, were quite formidable during the Ottoman, but they have fewer rights than
Nice cut.
regular professional citizens.
Yeah, and the Mamluks were like that too. They actually, even into like the Napoleonic period, they were fighting largely the same way they always had
Hmm.
and dressing the same way they always had. So,
Yeah,
despite being technically under Ottoman rule.
yeah, yeah. It's very hard to take that out of a country. Also, another example that pops into mind is the third century crisis
Yeah.
um, with the three Roman factions, especially the Palmyrene Empire under Queen Zenobia. They
Hmm.
largely still used Eastern weaponry and tactics, despite being a Roman faction, basically.
Right.
Okay, yeah, back to the fight.
Push. Oh, and a stab. Nice.
6-4. Oh, yeah, the fight was actually over at 5. My
Oh,
bad.
we got distracted. Oh well.
Yeah, my bad. My bad. It happened. It was 5 versus 4, actually. So, 9 flags for the Ottomans, and 5 for the. No, wait. It's a little bit late, sorry. So, it was 5 versus 4, right? So, the
Hmm.
Ottomans lost 5. So, that is 8. And the Swedish lost 4, which is 5. Yes. 5 versus 8, which is still doable. So we're going to keep Piper in. We'll see the Swedish faction, who they go with. I choose me. Okay, so Eve is going to fight Piper. Maybe he wants to take revenge. 5 versus 8. So I would say it's still close, but slight advantage here for Piper. Piper, focus. You got this.
Piccolo is getting sleepy. The war's dragged on for so long. Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, you're gonna fight immediately after this one, actually. Again,
Okay.
we're still just 3 hours and a half in. I mean, by my standards, that's acceptable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the invitation, as I said, the invitation for the tournament still stands, so I want to keep my promise. But we're probably gonna limit the number of flags or something. Just make something quick.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that some people would still, play. I am gonna play, so I don't have anything else planned. So yeah. Here we go. Eve versus Piper. Yeah, we basically have like 6 fights left after this one.
Okay.
Unless, obviously, there are some final stands or some tie breaks, but yeah, 6 fights, and that's it. Here we go. So 5 versus 8. Piper needs 5 kills. Easier said than done against Eve. Double.
It's a double. But a good start for Piper. Just bringing that pressure on.
Oh, out of
Nice snipe.
range. Perfect. It's exactly what I was talking about earlier, which is if you give Eve the opportunity to punish you, he's going to take it. Nice.
Oh,
2-1.
nice. Oh, again.
3-1.
Now it's looking very possible for Eve.
Yeah, Piper needs to be careful here, reassess the situation. He started well, but Eve managed to punish him a couple of times.
Oh, he actually got away with that push.
4-1. And now it's even.
There's the hand. Nice performance from Eve. On the defensive, but doing very well. Nice dash back. Goes low there. Piper's trying everything he can here.
Battle for Brexit.
Battle for Brexit.
Oh, the second attack actually landed. 5-2. 3 more needed for both. So it's still even. Piper is behind, but he needs to realize that. I mean, it's behind on score, but it's they're actually even right now.
Nice exchange.
Eve being patient.
Cut. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
Catches him in.
yeah, Piper's doing well, but he strikes me as a little bit impatient here. He's trying to walk all over Eve. He might need to rethink that strategy a little bit. Wow. That was incredible, that sidestep, but it just didn't accomplish anything, unfortunately. Very cinematic moment.
That's
Oh,
it.
nice.
That's it. Well done from Eve. He countered Piper's aggression really well there and wins. And the Swedish side actually manages to overcome the difference and win the fight. Congratulations. Maybe Piper was a little bit tired after those wars he had. Possibly, maybe we had to switch a little bit, but it's all good. We can still make it in the rematch. Right, and now we are gonna go for probably the most important fight of the evening between you, because you're alone,
Mhm.
versus the Polish side, and whoever loses this one is eliminated from the event. Obviously, the players and characters can still be passed to other factions, but the faction itself is going to be eliminated in the story. Just 1 second, I will post the matchups. So it's you all over in the Polish loyalists. Sorry, Ruthenian rebels.
Mhm.
We'll see if the Polish loyalists will be able to overcome the challenge again. Let me see. How you feel about fighting again? Three,
Feeling pretty good.
possibly 5 times actually you might fight, depending on how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still pretty confident. Definitely winnable, so.
5 versus 8. Once again, so you got Bara Bara Marina. Oh, wait. Just give me 1 second here. And Info Oak Eve. Okay. 7 versus 9. 10 versus. Just 1 second, just to finish up the matchups, and then we're gonna go.
Okay.
So it's
Be right back.
Yeah, 17 versus 24, and this one is 25 versus 27. Alex versus Marie. Hassan. Skulk. Here we go. Let me just double check. Kalk Yating Murray. Okay. All right, we're good to go. And this is the last round And now we're about to see who wins the event and who loses the event. By the way, ranking points will still be applied. It falls. This event falls under custom tournament, and those who win the event. I mean, we're gonna split the points, the number of points, but it's still possible to get like 3, 4 points maybe in the rankings as well. So and everybody that competed will still get at least one participation point. So yeah, we're still going to use it in rankings as well, because at the end of the day, technically this is a team competition, but it's a custom one. So we're going to use custom points. We're going to divide them by the number of players, and actually you might get a little bit a bigger share considering that you're fighting alone.
Yeah.
We'll see how we're going to split that up. Right, so we're down to the last match of the third place final, which determines which faction is going to be eliminated from the event. Very important. Subu is going to fight 3 times in a row on the left side, and he's fighting first the British Turk, Bara versus Marie. Just 1 second to change here the colors. British Turk, red, and for Subu, we're gonna give him the yellow one. And here we go. Again, it's 17 versus 24, so again 7 flag deficit, but with the possibility to earn 3 flags on a win. Great, so here we go. Subu versus British Turk. 7 flags for Subu. 8 flags for the Turk. This time Subu's gonna use Bara. First flag goes to Subu. For Subu, it's actually very important to win this fight, and it's one of the most winnable fights considering the number of flags in this one, because if he does, he's gonna get a +3. Activate the morale factor perk. Perfect defense, perfect chop. You see the experience there, 2-0. Nice thrust, 2-1. 2-2 now. Perfect timing from Turk. Oh, double lunge. But you know what? Subu said, you know, I'm gonna tank it and then deliver my own shot, and he does exactly that. 3-2. This is a 7 versus 8 fight, as I said. So both of them have an equal number of flags that need to score. Chop, 4-2. Nice. Double lunge. 4-4. Oh, the double lunge scores again. 5-4. As I said, it's quite important to stop Subu from winning this fight so he does not get his bonus. The Polish side is very close to being eliminated from the event and from the entire role-playing event. They need this win. And even if they're facing only one player with some flag disadvantages, oh, nice. 7-5, 6-5. It's still Subu though, so it's still difficult. British Turk needs only one more. Subu needs 3 to win this. Double. Oh, nice chop. 6-6, and now it's getting interesting. Turk really needs to stop Subu from winning this one, so he does not activate his bonus. Subu needs 2. Turk needs 1. Subu being careful. Oh, nice one. Blocked the double lunge and scored with a counter, and Subu, a very important flag here. It's not about the score itself, it's about the 3 flag bonus. If Subu wins it, he's gonna get a better chance. Oh, the chop. Subu wins it last moment. Congratulations, and that's what how champions are made. Came back and managed to activate the faction perk. Congratulations. So the Polish side has 18 flags. The Ruthenian side, so they lost They lost 6, so that would be 11 plus 3, 14. Yeah.
No, Turkey, don't suck. You did great there. That was a great game.
Let me check again the math. So it was 17 to 24. Let me put it again. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit tired. 17 to 24. So the Polish side lost 6. Lost 8. So that would be 16. And you lost 6. So that would be 11. But plus 3, you got 14. So 14 versus 16. So you're still behind, but you managed to make it a lot more manageable now, especially after activating the perk. Alright, Subutai is fighting again, and he is fighting Roderick. Bara versus... Is it Bara? Yes. Bara
Yes.
versus
Yep.
Getty. And this fight is 5 versus 8. So if you win this one, you get another 3 flags. There's Roderick. Here we go. Subu left, Roderick right. Yeah, so the most important aspect here is just to stop Subu from activating the faction perk. But Subu says, I want to activate that perk. So Roderick needs to score 5 here, and Subu needs 8. Oh, got his arm there, 1-1. Yeah, so after this, so we're gonna have a couple of fights left. We have an after party tournament. We're gonna do just to keep it a little bit faster. We're gonna do 6 flags overall, best of 1. So that might end in about an hour. We're a little bit late here, but want to keep my promise for those who still want to fight. So I think 6 flags will make it a little bit faster. 2-1 here. You can still sign up on the... I mean, it also depends on the number of competitors because honestly I haven't checked. Last time there were 6. I don't know how many there are right now. Getty is hurt. Oh, and the thrust to the face, you don't see that move very often. 3-1. It's also a little bit poetic because the rebellion is precisely against the Polish side, so eliminating them means that they're closer to independence. But it's going to be interesting, the mechanic that I told you about after this event. Let's see if anybody gets what that is. It's probably hard to do it, but it's going to be pretty interesting. 4-2. Four, 3. Actually, Roderick is very close to defeating Subu. 4-4. Needs only one more. And that would be quite important because it stops Subu from activating the perk, as I said. Subu needs 4 more. It was bound to be difficult, obviously, for that's why I said the win against Turk was I mean, the fight against Turk was probably his best shot of activating the perk, and he did. Recover some of the deficit. Oh, nice snap cut to the face. 5-4. Subu needs 3 more. Roderick needs 1. And even if Subu does not activate his perk here, oh nice, 6-4. If he still gets the flag advantage, even in a loss, it could still be beneficial because he's only 2 flags behind. Subu being careful here. Oh, another one to the face. 7-4. And Subu is very close to a clutch flag here. If he wins this one, not only he gets a good advantage, he also activates the perk of 3 flags again. And who knows, might even win this without even going to last stand. That would be crazy. Last flag here, actually. So he's careful. So is Roderick. He knows that this flag is very important. Could mean the survival of his faction here. They're both very wary. Oh, nice attempt to the arm. Yeah, Roderick is also not taking risks. Subu keeping his distance. Oh, chop! Does not land. As I said, this flag is very important. And Subu gets it. 8-4. And now Subu has a very good chance of finishing this. So the Polish side has 8 flags left. Subu had 14. lost 4, so we go to 10, but won 3 again, so 13 versus 8. So now we're gonna get Subu versus Pico, and if Subu wins this one, it's again 8 versus 5. If Subu wins this one, he's eliminating the Polish faction without going to last stand. But even if it goes to last stand, Subu has a very good chance of winning this. Here we go. Pico is the last opponent. This time Subu switching to Marina. Yes, the Polish faction actually has a perk, which is every character that is used, including mercenaries, go with have 8 flags.
Yeah, that's why you had the flag advantage, Pico.
Yeah. So it's to symbolize like order, like everybody's on the same terms, so it has 8 flags because the default number is 7, and actually Subu started with 7 and even went lower than 7 because he's fighting alone. Each faction has advantages and disadvantages. So for example, so the Polish side, the disadvantage is that it has a pretty extensive roster and all the characters have 8 flags. The Swedish side has an advantage with mercenaries, when mercenaries get 9 flags. The Ruthenians get 3 flags on a win, which can also prove quite good. And the Ottomans have 10 flags on Hassan, which is the highest number in the game, but the roster is very limited. Just 2 regular characters and 2 mercs that can only be used at 5 flags. So the selection is quite tough. And considering how the fights went so far, it looks like the perks were really balanced. Oh, aggressive Marina play here from Subu, and I don't blame him. That's exactly how you'd want to play against Jędrek. Nice dash thrust, pretty telegraphed, but deadly when it lands. 3-2. Yeah, Subu wants to end this here. He needs textbook attack. 6-2. 2 more flags needed for Subu here to finish this. 3 for Pico to win this match and then go to last stand. 7-2. 1 more needed, and the Polish side is history. Oh, Pico got that. Oh, and another one. It's pretty much over though, even with the last stand. Oh, and that's it. 8-4. Subu wins this flawlessly, and unfortunately the Polish side is the defeated faction tonight. Congratulations though, you fought honorably. The players that are fighting in this faction will have the opportunity to join a different faction, and most likely they will join the faction that wins this event, because the faction that wins this event has will incorporate these characters that the Polish side has. So congratulations to Subu. He managed to save his faction from elimination and single-handedly took out the Polish the Polish Commonwealth. So congrats.
Yeah. I have no words. That was so tough, especially the one versus Roderick, where I was very determined to get that 3 point
Hmm.
bonus. Because there's that one flag where neither of us wanted to make a mistake, but I knew Barabash had the range, so I was just like, I just have to lock in, and eventually he'll make some kind of mistake, and hopefully I can snipe him. And thankfully it worked out. I also didn't want to be like at a point where Pekla could reasonably win with Yendrick because I did not like that matchup. His Yendrick's pretty good. And if it's a brawl, Marina tends to lose against Yendrick, I found.
Yeah.
So I'm
So
glad I could afford to lose some of those flags and still win.
yeah, Piper had a very good question there. Like, is this only a one-time thing or it continues? No, it continues. So today we're just finding out who's winning and who was the defeated faction. It continues. It will continue for another two events or possibly one. I'll explain after the event. It depends on certain things. But yeah, it does not end here. Okay, so now we get the Ottomans versus Swedish. These are the last three fights that we're gonna have. By the way, let me quickly check for the after party. Oh, only 4 players left there. Probably some people thought that it's a little bit too late. So yeah, if we get 2 more people join in, so we can have 6, we're gonna do it. If not, we're gonna postpone it for another time. But yeah, uh, we have 3 more fights, and immediately after that, we're gonna go into that. Okay, so Ottoman versus Swedish side. Let's see the fight.
Oh, Kexroid's in the chat, by the way. And
Oh
I think
well,
it was when I was fighting Roderick. He said I'm rooting for Laszlo.
yeah, always says that.
Yep. I hope he's gonna come back soon.
So Piper versus Info is the first one. Let me quickly change the badges and everything. The the number, so it's 25 versus 27, so it's a lot closer this time. Alright, so Piper versus Info now. 7 versus 9. Alex versus Murray. So we're very close to finding out who's going to be the winner of this event, and they will incorporate the characters from that faction. Waiting for Info to join in. again, if there's somebody that wants to fight after this in a short double elim, just sign up. The link is on announcements. I know it might be a little bit tiring, but we can go quickly through it. Here's info. There we go. Right. Piper takes left, info takes right. Piper left, info right. Oh, he reconnected. Alexander versus Marie.
Yeah. Yeah, that can actually be rough for Alexander, despite the fact that Alexander is stronger overall, if we consider the whole cast. This can still be rough if Alexander's not careful with those stabs. Yeah. But there's no question who's more powerful here, and Piper needs to really play to his strengths. That's really going to be his path to victory. And there's a first flag going low, but that's another double. Yeah, that's the risk with stabbing low, is your functional reach is limited, and you're exposing your head. But against Alex, it is a surefire way to hit him. So it at least did get the kill. Nice thing about some rapier stabs, especially if Marta, is if the point is right by the foot, it will track towards the foot as well. So some stabs that are not actually aimed for the leg can still end up being toe stabs or leg stabs. And it's all about where it's positioned. Marta especially benefits from that effect, though. She has more accuracy, so she can really track towards a lot of targets. Info forced against the ropes of the arena, which hasn't, I don't think it's happened yet, this whole event, which really speaks to how much pressure Piper's applying. Those leg cuts, he's able to get out of it, though. Good reaction from Piper going low now. He really wants that kill. Info patient, nice push into a stab to the face. As far as the tournament after this one, I totally get it if you're tired. I know Peklo was talking about that. Those fights that I had, they were tough. I'm definitely feeling kind of drained myself, but I'll personally try and compete. So if anyone's interested, make sure you sign up. Shouldn't be a super long event. Looking at you as well, Kexoid, Racer. I don't know if you guys are interested, but if YouTube were to join, we could do an event. But there's no pressure if you have other things to do or whatever's going on. Okay, info with 3 flags now. Okay, let me just check here. Piper has 7 flags. Info has 9. Okay, so I'll try and keep that in mind. If Venator's not back. Good sidestep from Piper. Excellent. Okay, 4-4. Stab to the head from Info. Yeah, Info is happy to actually get close and mix it up too, even though she's using a rapier. Not afraid to push or grab. Piper has to be wary of that. Nice beat into... Wow, that was a nice sequence.
Yeah, you don't see that move very often nowadays. The thrust into cut.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's because it doesn't stun as reliably as it used to. and the follow-up doesn't land a lot of the time. You used to be able to like cancel it and then do a bunch of moves, and it was kind of busted when you could do that, but no, you can't. So it's very situational.
Got his leg there.
Good
What
sequence of leg
flag?
cuts. Yeah. Piper's going ham though. He missed. Okay. Wow.
This is a very good example of aggression works, because I know there people have been talking like this forever. Oh, got punished this time. 7-7, and that fight ends,
7-7.
and Info actually wins, but it doesn't change much in the economy of the match. 2 flags, sorry, 7 flags lost for each side. And now it's gonna be me fighting for 2, possibly 3, maybe even 4 times. Next match is me versus Oak. 10 versus 9 fight, right? Let me check.
Yep.
Yeah, 10 versus
10 versus 9.
The first one went really well for me, but I'm pretty sure Oak is going to have some adjustments for this one. It's kind of a double-edged sword to fight against a newer character. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. And Kalk is actually a character that's kind of susceptible to not performing well if he's surprised by speed or other weapons. We'll see.
Nice lunge, but that was a lunge into the stab, thankfully for Oak. Oh, the stab to the head. We haven't seen that work a lot, but Venator was trying it. I've used it a couple times in survival, and if you range it just right, it definitely does hit the head reliably. But it seems like a big if. I think if you mess it up, you get countered. But you can cancel it, so unlike Alex's stab, which is somewhat similar, you at least have a way out if something goes wrong, potentially. It might be something to do with the curve of the blade as to why there's a very specific distance where it works. Nice. Yeah, Venator showed us that there. It didn't land, but it still kept the pressure on, and he was able to switch into another attack. That's Hassan's strength. Nice hit to the head, no kill. But any damage against Calc is always very good. And Venator, some nice like feints and cancels there. That was cool. I have to say, aesthetically, I really like Hassan's sword as well. Technically, I think it would be classified as a killage because it is from like the Ottoman Empire, but it does look very Shamshir-esque as well.
Yeah, killage
so I like that.
Means sword.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can argue that
it's like,
is a killage.
Yeah, it's like Polish Szabla. It's not a Szabla if it's from the Ottoman Empire, but it is a Szabla if it's from Poland. Laszlo's sword is like that. Yeah, Oak making some nice adjustments. Stab gets parried by that lunge. Bit of a trade of attacks there. Senator long guard. Yeah, the stab connects, but not very well, and I think, again, that's ranging. It was a good try on Venator's part, but there's definitely a skill to landing that move, and landing it well. Good attempt at the lunge, but Oak with a precise counter. That's what he's good at. Very precise gameplay. He does that with Laszlo, too, even when he's moving so fast. He can still cut very precisely and out of nowhere take your hand off when you make that small mistake. Nice beat into a stab to the face. Brutal. Yeah, Oka's finding some things. He still has the reach advantage, although it's kind of sketchy sometimes because Hassan can lunge and he has the height advantage. But I'd say Calc still has it, especially because he has a straight blade. But it's not as much of a reach advantage, I would say, as it is against some of the other sabers sometimes. It depends on what Hassan is doing. Hassan does have some shortcuts that do not reach as far, but they are drawing slashes that flow really well. Snap cut. They actually both have a similar attack in that way. They both go for a stab. Calc's point is more in line, it looks like. Yeah, Hassan can easily end up hitting for grazing damage if he's not careful. I don't know if that was a cut or a stab. It's actually a little hard to say. Cut. Okay, that makes sense. It kind of looked stabby, but all the same. Oak was open, and Venator landed a clear hit, so even if it looks strange, it makes sense. That's just the game being a little strange. I have seen stabs take hands off before, so it's rarer now. It used to be very common, but it's rarer. It still happens occasionally. Especially, I think, what happens now, because that bug was fixed, I think what happens now when that happens is people are throwing a cut immediately after the stab. And that's taking the hand off, not necessarily the stab on its own, but it looks like the stab is doing it. Oka's doing really well, though. Looking to win this round. Stab out of measure, but that's bait. He's trying to see if Venator will take it. Oak needs 2 more to win this one. And there's 1. That back X is proving very difficult for Hassan to punish. He might have a few specific moves that work, but the moves I'm thinking of are also not the type of move you want to just throw all the time, so nice.
Yeah, the back X is just very hard to deal with. 10 to 5. Congratulations. Well played. 15 flags left and 8 for us. It's 8 versus 9, actually, the last one. The Swedish side is very close to winning the event. Good flag advantage here. I'm actually quite curious to see how Hassan holds up against Yatsu because they share some similarities. They're not exactly the same, but oh, well, let me change the name.
Yeah, some of the sidestep combos I think are pretty close, actually, too. Although I say combos, a lot of what Hassan's doing is actually flowing. It's less actual combos. But they function effectively as player-made combos. I guess that's the cool thing about Hassan is he kind of allows you to be creative. Alexander is similar, like there's variations depending on the foot forward, but the move is still listed as the same. And he has few moves, but the moves that he does have are at least interesting and unique. And he's got some solid fundamentals. Nice lunge, and that is one of his biggest strengths, the ability to just switch it up on you and go for those lunges. And interesting moves like wrap around, trick shots and stuff. Good feinting. Stab to the face. There we go. We're finally seeing that work again. Eve was in the middle of a move too, which probably helped. And the fact that the stab is high, and this goes for a lot of high stabs too, can make it harder to beat it depending on what sort of cut you're trying to counter it with. Hassan is also pretty tall, so that helps. And Eve very much on the back foot as far as flags go. Beautiful cut. Yeah, I think Hassan in the right hands is absolutely going to be competitive. A lot of people were sort of writing him off, but I think it's worth keeping in mind that the version of Hassan a lot of people were thinking of is a very early version that Kubel was still tweaking. I actually used that weak version to beat the hardest Samuel setting, and it was not easy. You really just had to be so fundamental, and it would take 4 hits to kill him. But it was good. It's actually a decent way to train, using a weak character against the boss. Because you can't stun him, too, so your hits have to be absolutely clean. Anyway, focusing back on the fight, Venator applying pressure with the same moves he was using earlier. And that sidestep cut to the head is absolutely nasty. He's looking at a flawless performance here, potentially. Yeah, ever since his first fight with me, he did well there, but I think I think he's made a lot of key adjustments since then, and that's really helped. But the fight's still on. Nobody's won yet. Eve has scored his first. Goes low. Nice upcut. We've seen some good comebacks from Eve before, so it's totally doable. He's adjusted against Piper's aggression, so he definitely knows how to do it, even under a lot of pressure from a character who I would say usually has the advantage against Yazuk. We've still seen solid performances there. Nice counter. Yazuk's principal advantage in this matchup is probably his guard and his quick recovery back to guard. Hassan's, on the other hand, is those quick flowing actions anyway. The attacks aren't quite as fast as Yazuk's, but they do flow together really nicely. The push attempt from Eve. Wrong timing, but good try. Dash in there, but it was a fake. Nice exchange. And there it is, that deep lunge.
9-3. Okay, that went well. And
Yeah.
now we have a little bit of a chance. So we got 5 flags left and 6 flags left from the Swedish side. 9-3, 6. Yeah, 5 versus 6. So there's the last stand, and if I win this last stand, we're gonna go into the tie-break fight. So 1 more or potentially 2 more fights. Let's see who Eve is gonna go for Sending in oak. Okay. It's gonna be tough. It's 5 versus 6 this one. And it's quite interesting because if I manage to win this one, the tiebreak is a roleplay fight, which is the Hajduk versus the Janissary. So it's a no-brainer that the oak is gonna go in for that one, and I'm gonna go for the. Yeah. So Piper fought the last stand, so I'm gonna take this one. Oh, let me change the names. Everyone is welcome in the Ottoman Empire, so I'm gonna get. If Pico wants to join, we can definitely do that. Oh, Kalk again. Very tough. Here we go. It was a blast of an event, to be honest, regardless of how this ends. I had so much fun. Glad I managed to test Hassan out as well. He seems to have some good strengths, but also some key weaknesses.
Yeah. Retreat thrust there. Big lunge. Just goes in, yeah. That's what you gotta do against Calc with any Saber character.
Yeah,
Hassan is very good at it.
I'm surprised I didn't beat my blade though, because I was in long guard.
Yeah, I think that's what he was looking for. Stab upward, but yeah, that's the nice thing about it. Even if it doesn't land, like we were saying, you can still follow it up with something else. We saw Bara brutally punishing it, but that's mostly because he can get in close and cut faster.
Almost got
Little
it.
trade there.
I really want to win this fight because I really want that Laszlo fight. I think it would be really cool, considering the similarities.
Good, nice.
This time it worked.
Catches the blade and goes straight to the face. Yeah.
It's a pretty tricky
When
move.
it works, it works. Yeah.
Because he actually puts himself in danger when he goes with that, so you need to be careful.
Nice. Some support for Venator in the chat, which is not a common sight in these tournaments. That's Piper.
Well, that's my teammate, though.
Cheering you on.
Makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably why. Still.
Nice.
Nice from Oak. Testing the waters of that stab, going for a blade beat. But Venator's ready with that chop coming from long guard. Nice exchange. That back X was proving pretty lethal last time. It manages to well, it lands this time again, 2 times. Venator's really good with Hassan, info says.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's definitely adjusted, but he said before it's not really his style. I mean, similar to me, like, Marina's not my style. I would not. Like, I did well with her, but I still wouldn't use her if I had the choice for the most part. I sort of went with Marina as well for the thematic aspect. And sometimes randomly playing a character like that and playing it your own way can really throw people off. I still think Bara was my strongest character there, especially once I adjusted to Turk's Marine. Good stab, but it doesn't quite land. Yeah, you can parry, then go straight into a lunge, which is nasty against rapiers, nasty against Calc, especially because he's got that opening to his left side. Kind of a similar opening to Hassan, but Calc has more blade to work with, so I think he defends it much better. Yeah, that stab, it trades well if you hit the head, but if you don't, I don't think it does. I want lessons. Yeah, Hassan is actually a character I'd consider playing from time to time. I don't know if he'd replace Bara. Bara has speed, and I like that, but they're both really good at applying pressure, just in slightly different ways. So
There you go. That was a lot tougher than it looked.
yeah,
Alright, so we're going into the last fight, and I think Oak can stay here because we're doing Laszlo versus Hassan. Laszlo, after fighting so many times against the Ottomans, he wants to get revenge. But I'm still gonna ask, obviously, and not gonna take decisions on their behalf.
that is a obviously I'm not trying to influence their decision, but I would love to see Laszlo against Hassan
Yeah, I mean
from
it
Oak.
is
Yeah,
so it is locked, so it needs to be
yeah,
Laszlo.
from Oak though. Yeah,
But yeah, I mean it makes sense. 10 flags. All right, I'm just gonna quickly go to the bathroom. Just make sure that I'm ready
yeah.
for this one. It's gonna be epic.
Hmm. That's how much you shook Venator Oak with the prospect of Laszlo in your hands. He had to run to the bathroom. Yeah, sometimes the autocomplete is not very kind when you're trying to say Venator. I've had it say Senator out of nowhere. Because Venator's not, not a word in English, of course. It's Latin for hunter. I have a funny suspicion that Venator won't have much to say, though, as far as lessons beyond what he's already said. I think he's just sticking to fundamentals. And he knows some moves, that he'll tell you the moves, but I think a lot of it's also just that he's such a good player.
All right, so I'm very excited for this one. I think this is one of those matches. Like I think Oak is gonna feel a little bit more comfortable using Laszlo, but when it comes to matchup, I think the matchup is going to be. I mean, the approach is going to be the same, which is try to go in, and the
Hmm.
weaknesses are going to be the same.
Yeah. Yeah, and both even have good footsies. They're just different. Laszlo is linear, whereas Hassan has that passing footwork.
Yeah.
Laszlo's obviously quicker, but I do think Hassan can find some nice angles with the way he steps. And Hassan moves efficiently, so the difference in speed is not as great as it might seem. Especially with those lunges, actually. There are, in short bursts, I think Hassan can catch Laszlo unawares. It's not that it's unreactable. Oh, could easily like do a back Y or something, but also I'm surprised he went with the red outfit.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't mean to, or Yeah, I just noticed he went with the red outfit, the one that he kind of swears against a lot of the time.
Oh, nice. It's the red boots that he doesn't like, not the red one. I mean the other one,
Right, yes.
the one without the hat.
Yeah, yeah. I like that it's different shades of red here, too. For both of these characters. Kind of a burgundy almost color for the Janissary.
I thought I got that one, but I wasn't fast enough.
So double. Yeah, this is a really nice back and forth so far. Nice counter. Yeah, because it's the final. That's why it's 10 to 10. So close, yeah. It definitely is close at the moment. And we're seeing the difference in footwork play out. Venator's able to move to the side nicely. Laszlo much more linear. He can sidestep though. It's just the way he moves to the side is quite different. Yeah, and speaking of, there was a nice false edge cut. Maybe Oak was trying to prove me wrong. He's like, no, Laszlo can sidestep too. That's actually one of his favorite moves though, regardless. That snap cut as well. He's been using that more lately. And I think for any good saber, like some sort of snap cut, for the most part, is kind of mandatory. To have that sort of safe flick cut that'll inflict some damage, make the opponent think twice. Hassan actually doesn't have a lot of that. He has one move that kind of functions that way, though. But what he does, he flows between his attacks faster, so he kind of makes up for it that way. He does a lot of elbow cuts, so it's like something in between a big shoulder cut and a wrist slash. It's a double. But for most saber characters, they do need that. Some sort of snap cut. False edge cut. There's that deep lunge again. Venator finding nice timing to land that. A lot of these are moves that Oak is not used to dealing with too, so that's probably helping Venator some here. He's just using that experience of his with the game in general, and then applying that to the moves. Hoping to catch him unawares. Good dashing. Yeah, his foot keys are actually matching up against Laszlo pretty nicely. He can turn up the heat when he needs to. Push there, kind of Piper style. Wow, that is... He is so much faster than he used to be. Hassan, that is good try. Snap cut. Retreat cut from Oak. Goes in, backs off. Good movement from Oak. Now they're circling each other a little bit. There's a good try from Oak, and he goes with a deep lunge.
I wanted to do the same thing.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Yeah. Very good angle to attack Hassan from, too. Yeah, Oak's definitely recognized that weakness in the guard. Nice fainting back and forth now. Good blade beat, but Venator's quick enough to recover from that Oak doesn't want to chance it. Good stab attempt. Sometimes I've seen that hit the arm too. There's a lunge again.
I
Oak is
canceled it.
very good at this. Yeah, yeah. He calls you out when you make those mistakes. He's so good at just going back and forth with you, and then out of nowhere, you'll make some kind of mistake, and you might not even know you've made a mistake, and you're instantly punished. Some cuts there, trying to snipe each other's hands. There's the blade beat, giving Oak a little bit of initiative, but again, he backs off. He senses that he doesn't quite have the range to punish him. There's the snap cut. That was
Nice.
brutally fast. Nicely done.
Nice. GG. GG. That was a beautiful fight, and deservedly so. Oak won that one. A lot more experience in this with this character. Took advantage
Mm-hmm.
of the speed, but it was great. So the Swedish side wins, and I'm going to tell you. So again, the Swedish side wins, which means that they take all the characters from the Polish side onto their side, and they have a solid advantage for the next event. Now, the secret mechanic is that the two factions that got the second and the third place, which is us, the Ottomans, and you, the Ruthenian
Mm-hmm.
rebels, we have the chance to make an alliance against the Swedes. And here's how it goes. If we decide to make an alliance, it's going to be a one versus one fight between us and the Swedes. If we win, then in the third event we're gonna battle it out. So we made the alliance now, but we're gonna battle it out. So we're just gonna make it like a temporary alliance, and then we're gonna fight each other in the last event. But if we
I see.
yeah, if we lose, then the Swedish side wins the event completely. But there's also the possibility of not making an alliance, and next week, everybody's going to fight on their own. But obviously, the Swedish side will have a little bit of an advantage in terms of roster. That is to be discussed between me and you, particularly, to see if we can make an alliance. I'm personally kind of inclined to do that to stop these guys,
Mm-hmm.
but we're gonna talk about it. Anyway,
All right.
thank you very much, everyone. It was a great event. Um, I don't know if people sign up for the next one, but I have to say that it's been a very long event. Oh, only 4 people. Okay, it's been a very long event, so we're not gonna do the second event. It's been a little bit too long. But this one was hella fun. A lot of great fights, a lot of great matchups, a lot of great comebacks, stories, and whatnot. So it went exactly as I wanted. A little bit longer than I wanted, but the next ones are going to be shorter. So thank you very much for competing. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for joining in this special event. And I'll see you guys next week. And stay tuned to see the story on the server, because I'm going to post with everything that happened. It's going to be a little bit of a lore change after this. Subu, anything you like
All right.
that?
So yeah, that was a fantastic event. I feel like I lost some years. I said that in the Discord of my life with some of those fights because they were so high pressure. But I'm glad I stuck with it and kept my faction in the game.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, guys. I'll see you soon.